Okay, in theory that should all be working. And oh, lovely, lovely. Need coffee. I am, as the title of the stream says, on CELESTIUS server, and I am going to move this window here out of the way. Figure out where to grab it. Move it into the background there because I don't really need it. Move that up. Should have everything up and running. I'm not sure I have game audio. That's a thing to check. Just a sec here. Screen's going to go blank. Game audio. Cable A. Why is it not showing cable A? DAOC audio capture. Does that get any audio? Audio cable A is showing it. Okay, so we don't need that. Okay, so it is showing some game audio. Good. So I'm just going to go whack on things and we'll see how CELESTIUS works. Wow, I have to be really close. Well, that worked. Oh, I need to set up a few things, don't I? Just a second here. My mouse wheel should be set to 0, so stick be in the 0 position. And I don't think I need to worry about the other ones for now. That should let me go and click on him and stick. Yes, good enough. And there we go. Level 2. I'll go train. Oh, okay, some armor. 20 versus 20, same. Okay, I'm probably going to end up fighting lots of low stuff there. Why was I coming back here? I was coming back here to talk to the trainer. And we have 2 points. I might as well put them into Shadow Mastery or Vampiric Embrace. I don't remember my spec from before. Just a second here while I go glance at a character generator. Hopefully. No. Bad. Let's see. CELESTIUS RVR.com, I think. Care plan. There we go. Shadow Mastery. Yeah. Shadow Mastery. Train. Nothing changes there. Here I get Vampiric Sprint, which will not be anywhere near as good as the hastener, so we'll hit the hastener again. Now, the thing that they say here is that you go south to go up in levels for mobs. These guys are kind of easy now, although if I did a few of those, I might get more armor. Not so much yet. This theory may be a weak one. Oh no, there we go. Sleeves. Gloves. It would be nice to get a set of basic armor. And some experience while I'm at it. Ooh, let's try that. An orange. It's probably going to kill me. Or maybe not. Good experience. 4.2, 3.5, 4.2, 3.4. No, the stuff that I'm getting there is better. Sit for a second. Oh, there's a people out there. Hello, how you doing? Pants. One of the very things I was looking for. Now we need a set of boots and a hat. No boots, no hat. That has such a short range. Sit. Okay, so the armor here has, if I understand it, the armor here is set to make sure that with a full set of it, you're pretty much buffed. You don't need to worry about templating at any point. It's not what I meant to do. What I meant to do was that. Now, my thrust, crush, and slash are horrid, but the rest of them are, 10 to 12%. Oh, 17 for energy, but that's probably a racial. Now, what I want is boots and a hat. No. shoe, boots, or hat. Got better EXP. Hat. Gonna have to sell all this stuff though. If it'll sell. And we're still missing boots. Go for the yellow con. Hello, Putty Tat. Ah, no endurance. Level 4. No sprinting either. Because no endurance. That was the thing I didn't check yet. Is there a server command? There is not. On. No. Ooh. Ooh, help. Ooh, class, location, level, levels, and language, guild name, name. And cool, but not a server command yet. Maybe server info? Okay. Mastery. 3 and 4. I probably want to put 3, 4 in there. There. That gives me 2 of those. Heated claw and recuperation. Not piercing. Heated claw instead of Vampiir's heat. Slightly more damage. And recuperation. I'll put there for the moment. I need a merchant. General merchant. I need to figure out this new door technology. Okay. We have 3 silver. 3 silver, imagine that. Try for something slight bit harder. It doesn't help any that I don't know these zones in HIB at all. Covalent Sentinels. Sure. Aggressive, too. Don't need the map. Didn't have to go very far. Yeah, we do. Okay. I need a set command. Handy. Since we don't have tinderboxes apparently yet. Maybe I just haven't seen where I could buy them. Gonna need to put some points in piercing too, I guess. So the experience, I mean, granted I'm level 4, but the experience that I'm at right now, the rate that it's arriving is not that bad. Overall, not that bad. Can we do an orange?
Recruit said, "Hi Font Guy."
Hey, how you doing, Recruit? How's it going tonight? I figured I had to give Celestius a fair shake since it went live.
Good. My folks came into town. Was nice to see them.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Glad to hear it.
Yeah, man. Glad to hear it. How's it going?
It's okay. I mean, I'm level 4, right? There's tons I don't know. But, they seem to have decided to hand you equipment that will keep you relatively on par, with being properly templated all the way through, which makes leveling pretty easy, I guess. But it's really hard to say. Very early hours. I've been at this for 19 minutes. But it's not bad. There seems to be people here. I haven't found a server command to let me know what the numbers are like. That wasn't it.
The only thing that's really enticing to me about CELESTIUS is the extra classes. Warlocks are cool.
Yes, I plan on trying Warlock too. Hello, Embrace.
Embrace the Vibes said, "Hey hey."
Hey yourself. How you doing? Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of TOA, but there's some classes from them that I like. So I'm willing to see how painless they've made TOA in this game, and it looks like they've made it painless. I'm not entirely sure, but from what I've read, it looked like it. So we'll see how it goes. Leveling at the grand level of 4, it's pretty easy to get here so far. Now, I do know they have some mechanic called blood tokens that you can get that'll speed stuff up too, and I don't know how that's going to work.
I watched your stream a while back when I used to play Phoenix and you'd stream that. Reclute said, yeah, Toa is not my thing, but I have to admit that some stuff from Kata wasn't too bad.
Right. So, it's my intent to assume that the developers probably think the same way, and they'll like some stuff and they won't others, and it'll carry on from there. They'll make changes to streamline stuff and make it more accessible to people and less of a thing that just pisses people off, which is, kind of a summary of TOA. And I'll just charge in. What the hell? Apparently, if you have a full suit of the armor and stuff here, you don't need to worry about jewelry. There should be no templating here, since that was a big barrier to a lot of people, like on Phoenix and Live and everything else. Brotherlands 2 even. You start your character up, you level your character to 50. That's the first process. Then you have to do the templating thing. And that's a bit of a pain too. So they seem to have gotten rid of templating.
Haha, there's some fun to templating.
Oh, there is. There is. I had loads of fun figuring it out, and I had lots of help from people in the viewing audience there with figuring stuff out, everything else like that. But for some classes, it can be a real pain to level up in the first place, particularly if you like the solo, like, say, me.
Said, weirdly enough, I missed 2 things from Phoenix, 1 playing my Shadow Blade, 2 AoE farming on my Shaman.
Well, it doesn't cost anything to come here and give it a try here. Apparently one of the developers
said, yet I think it was rough on Phoenix. Any steel, there was a huge dent in the bank.
Yes. Yes. And that is part of the problem. Oh, I leveled. I did.
Reclute said, I can't do that, I'd be a traitor to my server.
Ha!
Embrace the Vibes said, how many people are online ATM?
I don't know. I don't know what the command is to find out. As for being a traitor to your server, if by that you mean Atlas, because you worked on it, you can play both. And Atlas isn't live yet. And CELESTIUS might do some things right that Atlas wants to do as well in the end. I'm server agnostic. I'll try Atlas when it comes along for sure. And I'll go with whichever one I find the most enjoyable, right? Now, I think I have to put points into my weapon. I think that I'm going to discover going to 5 will give me a better endurance drain. Great. That's not doing anything for me. Nope. Weapons time. Okay. Piercing. Oh. Ooh. Woo. Opening. Dragonfly. I now have a follow-up to Dragonfly? Sure.
Thanks Thank you for
Okay.
the 3 long months of subscribing, Reclude.
Oh, hey, man.
Reclude
Thank
just
you very,
joined the
very
shield
much.
wall. She
Very,
booked
very
Tinderly.
much. Very, very much. I'll try Englishing more. Much appreciated. Very much appreciated. There, that's trained. That's done. So I'm not sure what I think of this, but apparently the way they've got the mobs arranged, basically, if you're having an easy time, you just turn and go south. If you're having a hard time, you turn and go north. Because the mobs are arranged from easiest to hardest as you go south.
Reclude said, nice.
Yeah, well, it remains to be seen. I should see if server info is a command here. It is. There are currently 1,035 players on. It's had an uptime of 2 hours, 18 minutes, so evidently I chose to start streaming at the right time. 339 alps, 310 hibs, 310 mids, 386 hibs. On the frontiers, there's 3 albs, 54 people on the mid, and 35 on Hebridean frontier. It doesn't give you levels,
said,
but
a lot of double and triple accounts.
yeah, it could easily be. And hello, Snexy, how you doing? Well, that was a singular failure. Hey, dude, let me show you this dagger. I'm sure that that's going to happen. There's going to be people roll up a buff bot account just so they can buff up their character with, you know, Shaman or whatever. And I'm sure there is stuff I have missed. Like, I don't know if there's any pots out there that I could be taking account of or whatever. But even if everybody had 3 accounts, and obviously that's not going to be the case, that's 300 people on at almost 8 o'clock Pacific time where I am. And often when I log on to when I logged on to Celestius during the RVR tests, when I logged on to Atlas, or when I logged on to Brotherlands, you wouldn't end up with very many people playing at this on, you know, in this time zone at the time that I stream at. So, I mean, I guess it remains to be seen if that's going to continue. But it seems to me like those are actually not bad numbers. And if it's
Jark
nowhere
Sun
near
said,
that,
new day, new server. Now if it'll hold its pop after the first week.
that is a thing. Yes, definitely. Already I could be doing some macros. Don't have enough. Oh, maybe I do. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. A lot of people are going to come and try it because there's been no DAOC other than live. I have the base buffs here. So those are the buff bots. But hello as well. Are you guys playing?
You only get base as a vamp?
Probably because as I level up as a vampire, I should get bonuses that are inherent to vampire. Right? Assuming this works the same way it did on live and did on actually, it did that way before when I was on Celestius doing tests. But Vampire is supposed to have inherent buffs, right? So I imagine that I don't get the full set because I'm going to get my own. I just don't get them yet.
Yeah, just never played one, so not sure their interaction with buffs, lol.
It's a neat class. It's a neat class that's very frustrating. They're not.
Also, don't forget to use your leeching bolt in the window with sprint.
I'm using it. The thing about Vampiir is they have 3 spec lines, right? Shadow Mastery, Vampiric Embrace, and Dementia, and they're all interesting. Most people spec Dementia for RVR. But I actually quite like Shadow Mastery. I think leveling up Shadow Mastery and then switching to Dementia is what most people would do. Unfortunately, I don't have an end buff. I'd trade having that end tap for an end buff any day. But overall...
At level 10 you can start chugging potions.
Okay. I'll just charge in. Lag. So from a general merchant, you can pick up an auto salvager to sell on the go and buy potions. Oh, really? Okay. Okay, then I'll have to check that out too. So what class are you playing on here, Jarkson? What's your fave?
I have a Bach, a Bone Dancer, and an Animist so far, lol.
Right. Okay, I have reserved my dude here, of course. Thank you, anonymous stranger.
I kinda wanna do Reaver or Heretic possibly.
I'm gonna try Reaver too. This is a problem, is I am an alcoholic.
PNA said, hey there.
Hey, PNA, man, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a long time. Welcome back.
Sun said, yeah, I do alts for days as well.
Yeah, I know. I know. The problem is I like so many classes.
Thank you for the follow, SNE11.
Yes. Thank you very, very much.
Sexy is now a follower.
More applause. I have just reserved names for by creating a level 1 character. An Infiltrator on Alb, a Thane on Midgard, and the Vampiir here on Hib. And I think something else, but I can't remember what. So I'm going to end up playing multiple things. But yeah, I'll have to try Warlock and see what I think of it. And I will probably try Reaver as well.
Thank you. It's been a while. Sounds like this server has some potential.
It does. It really does.
Reaver Duo is a lot of fun once you get their LVL 19 side style, lol.
I'm sure. Of course, there's also the fact that I'm going to have to learn how to play one properly. And that might be an obstacle. I'm not very good at positionals. Yeah, server info. I should macro that because I know I'm going to be typing it more than once. Currently, 1,036 players online. Roughly equal. 341 ALB, 306 mid, 389 HIB. So, HIB has the advantage here, but that won't last. Usually Albion has a higher population, and at least within my experience, it's usually higher population for Alps, and then they're disorganized and fight a lot. Oh look, boots, finally! Now, auto salvager, I gotta get that.
PNA said, wow. How long has the server been going?
Since yesterday. It went live on Saturday. So that population might not last,
Sun
too.
said, it launched 3 a.m. PST set.
What do I do with an
Napsta
auto
said,
salvager?
what server is he on?
This is Celestius.
Sun said, and also /macro cell /move item hashtag all bags.
I have fared very badly
Auto
with those sort of
salvager,
macro.
you use and it'll summon a lil pet that's a merchant.
Okay, cool.
PNA said, oh, I'm already way behind. The guild rolled HIB but I haven't been able to log in yet.
Oh, you guys are going to come play on the HIB side? Awesome. Awesome. Oh, and PNA.
Sun said, at Napsta this is CELESTIUS.
There is no templating here, so I won't be bothering you to do spellcrafting.
Okay, can't do any of these elixirs yet because I aren't level enough. Go whang on some things again.
PNA said, haha.
There's no templating. It's perfect in that sense. Although it takes away the fun of, you know, figuring out a template and everything else like that. Okay, so they say if you get to the point where you're having an easy time, go south. It suddenly went purple. That's too far south. Maybe we go east or west, then south. How's that? What level are you guys? Purple. Guys? Instructions unclear. Stuck in a bunch of purple mobs. I mean, I can fight my way over the hill and see how that goes, but...
SNE11 said, if there is not temp, where to get gear?
The stuff that drops from mobs, and it doesn't seem to be humanoids. I was getting stuff off of some cats I was fighting. It's supposed to be in 5-level bands.
PNA said, TOA.
Yep, TOA, but with the irritation greatly minimized, they say. Purples.
Sun said, there's a few set types mobs drop focused and a few other types meant for div classes like hybrids, DPS, tanks etc. And it'll template you out.
I'm going to have to fight blues until I level up a bit more. Blues and greens. Or find another batch of mobs somewhere.
Other than that you can have 3 artifacts and get a few minor things to help buff you up a bit for TOA bonuses.
Yeah, and you don't have to level the artifacts, right? We'll see what the little white things over the hill are at when
DNA
I
said,
fill this.
all classes. Jarkson said, I don't recall. Yup.
A game with the purples. That's really funny. I mean, maybe they'll turn red when I level again. Yeah, no, this has terrific potential if it keeps its population. It may be that we're going to discover that, oh, well, that it won't keep the population. That there will be some deal breaker that people don't like. Who knows?
And EXP is in a good area. Kinda iffy with no money, but I haven't gotten to shard farming yet.
One of the reasons I chose Vampiir is that I had an easy time leveling one before, and I thought it's probably going to be comparable. We'll see. I haven't noticed any lag. And with 1,036 people on right now, Brotherlands 2 would have been weeping and on its knees. It couldn't handle more than 575, so whatever boxing they've got this running on are probably pretty good. I liked Brotherland. I really did.
PNA said, NF Ross? I suppose I could look on their website.
Yes, you could. I don't know about the RAs. Parts of my brain are confusing this server with Atlas because I was flicking back and forth between
Shark
Atlas
Sun
and
said,
Celestius.
It's a weird mix-up between NF and UP for RVR.
Well, it's Old Frontiers here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a...
Right. So Old Frontiers, but New Frontiers RAs?
But they changed up some RAs and stuff, I believe, to NF.
Okay.
PNA said, as long as Purge isn't on a 30 minutes timer.
I think that Purge timer on
Shark
Atlas
said,
is a
they
really
kinda mix
big
stuff
mistake.
up for better of both worlds.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what everybody should be doing when they're building up a new server like this, right? Trying to find the optimum balance where, you know, no one type of class or damage or something like that is overpowered. And everybody has fun. Why do I keep hitting that after the fight is done? Because I'm dumb? Perhaps. Oh, look. 2 of you. Lovely. I mean, granted, it's a green. Or an ad. So I could use some end buffs. I have to admit that. Here. Can I type macro serve/server info? Since that's the 3rd time I've gone to put that up, why keep retyping it? So Midgard's dropped a little in numbers, but they're still over like an average of 300 per realm right now with 1,000 people on. You would expect it to go down as the time does, as the time goes up, because it's getting later and later for everybody. And if this server is like any of the others, it's going to have a huge European population because DAOC seems to be perfection in games for Europe. So, from my point of view, those are great numbers. It's whatever it is now, 8:30 tonight, 8:30 at night for me. I have to kill this 8:03. And yet there's people on. And I have to admit I didn't have high hopes for the numbers here. I know it's a server starting out and that's going to help a lot. But based on how many people showed up for the test sessions and stuff like that, when there would be, say, 20 people on at this time, I didn't have really high hopes. I'm very impressed. Oh, okay. Unlimited respecs. If I'm reading that correctly. So my gear is currently red to me.
PNA said, COVID winters aren't the same without DAOC.
Yes. Well, unfortunately, we still have the COVID winters. And the city where I am has gone into complete shock because we got snow and we're not equipped for that. People are spoiled on Vancouver Island. And we don't normally get any snow all winter. Like, you know, maybe an inch or two for a day or so. And that's about it. And we got quite a bit. I think the city only has 1 or 2 snowplows for the entire city. They have to private contract other people and
Portland
stuff.
shut down for days.
Yeah, it was hopeless here. I couldn't work for a week, actually. Which is not good. Oh. It's my friends. We'll warm up on the green and then kill the blue. Okay, we'll do 3. Or they'll do me. Let's just back down the hill a little bit. Without backing into the purple mobs. And have a sit. Yeah, it was not good here. We still have a little bit of snow and whatnot on the roads, but it's not too bad. Hello, fire is wet. How you doing? No, I should be doing it that way, towards the camera. That's what I should be doing. I'm out of practice. I got kind of sick over the weekend.
Fire Ace Sweat said, all good. How's this server?
Well, based on my lofty level 6,
Kitchen for DAOC again.
I'm gonna say it's pretty good. Right now, we have 998 people on the server. I mean, that's across all 3 realms, but still, that's a good number for this hour of the day. Really good. That spell is too short range. Needs to be 750 or something. I know, I should have pulled for endurance. To be honest, oh, I keep doing that. To be honest, you get enough power from just attacking that, at this level anyway, that I don't even need my dagger skill. Now we'll do it. Well, that was suboptimal. Wow, there's lots of you out there. Hello, lots of you. Welcome to the channel. Let's try this again. See, you're going to get so damn close. I'm almost in aggro range just trying to get close enough to do that tap. And this should be at level 7, I think. There we go. 7 in all its glory. Oh, yes. A speed buff. How do those con now? Red. I might even be able to do those. Who knows? We'll have to try.
PNA said, hey, this is a good time for you to be an early DAOC streamer, just need to get good at RVR.
Yeah, I know. I know. I gotta get good at it. No, like I said before, some of you were here. I'm server agnostic. If Atlas turns out to be great, I'll play on Atlas. If Celestius is great, I'll stay here. It's a matter of which one feels better, which one gets a population, and how it goes. Now, Celestius is out for testing sooner, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be better than whatever they do on Atlas, for instance. But I did read, wow, I must have missed a couple of levels there. I did read that one of the developers from Phoenix is working on Celestius here, so that gives me some hope too. So we have... No, we cannot go straight to 50.
Fire Sweat said, so does this kind of pipeline you into the RVR, less instance focused?
I don't know yet. I don't know. They have something called blood tokens here. You get blood tokens from doing some things, and I'm not sure what they are. I think taking a relic gets you some. I think doing the dragon gets you some. I'm not sure about other things that you can do to get them, and I'm not sure what you can buy with them. Maybe Jarkson, if he's still here, can answer that.
PNA said, I really hope so.
What are we? 7? 7. Which would give me resist attack, which is good. And then we have 1 point remaining. Or I wait on resist attack. And yeah. We'll go with resist attack. Okay, so got a mastery. Resist attack. And that gets a buff. But now I need to put those on my controller. So just a second while I do that. We are looking at 5 and 4 on Alt. And while we're at it, 6 on that keyboard. No, keyboard. The other keyboard. 6. Save. Okay, so we'll see what that does, if anything. I'm going to go try those reds, I guess. Speed. Oh, no, also, what crap have I been loaded down with? Tons of it. Let's go flog some junk. Oh, I didn't even try the portable merchant. I am beyond thick. Sell. That'll be more important when I get up higher in level and the inventory fills up before you are ready to train. Wow, they're dropping a lot of the same stuff on you. You got no excuse not to get your basic stuff covered. Now, my weapon is orange, but I think it's still...
XX Free Muffins Sex said, you know /train is a thing, right?
No, I didn't. Thank you. I'll add that to the list of things I didn't know. Let's see if we can get better buffs, can we? Who knows? And, oh great weapons master, do you got a better weapon? Lesser gifted dagger, which is what I'm using. No, you do not. Okay, let's go try those reds. Famous last words.
Also a quick way to sell everything is /move item sell #bag1-5.
Yeah, I know. Somebody was pointing that out to me earlier. The problem is I have had a bad time with that sometimes where I go to get rid of all the stuff and then realize, hang on, I was saving stuff in a pouch and I've, you know, failed to do that. So...
Fire Sweat said, can you just make it 1 to 4 then and throw all the saved stuff to bag 5?
I should do that. Okay, so maybe this was a bad plan.
PNA said, like that time you sold that combined stat drought. You went pale.
Yeah. I prefer to not talk about certain mistakes that I made in the past. And just gloss over them so that I forget about them.
Fire
and nobody brings them up again.
Yikes.
Yeah.
PNA said, I mean, that was someone else.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, then. How about you?
Fire Sweat said, is this a server with underwater?
As far as I know, yes. But I'm not sure.
Myriad Potion Rangers.
Oh, I'm sure if it can be done.
Slower too.
It doesn't seem it. I mean, I'm fighting the worst choice of mobs for me to fight here. And I should try something else. Because each one's almost killing me. Try that again. We're at 971 now.
I mean water without the buff.
Oh, I see. I have no idea.
XX Free Muffin Sex said, oranges give same XP as reds when solo.
Yeah, there's this problem. I haven't found any orange mobs. It went straight from blue-green to purple. There's an orange. Limbley will probably be killing them like mad. I am going to, and I'm going on record saying this, I'm going to try and limit the number of characters that I play here. I'm going to try. I don't think I'm going to succeed, but I'm going to try. Yeah, that's going to kill me. Well, maybe not. See, the problem is with Vampiir, when you fight certain mobs, you just don't get the power if you don't hit. And I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong, other than, you know, getting aggroed when I have no endurance. But you just don't get the power.
Said, 2 chars per realm until rank 9, then you can choose one to play in Thid if you're on good behavior.
That would be a good plan, but I've already created 4 characters. It's just this is the only one I've leveled. I have to play a Thane. I have to play an Infiltrator. I had to play Vampiir. I have to try Warlock. I'm probably going to want a champion. I mean, it just goes on and on. I'm just going to try and resist trying everything. And we'll see if I succeed. Now, ideally, we want oranges, don't we? So we don't want that dude. We want this guy over here, who's just been pulled. Jurgen. And then we have the Shroom Master over there, clearing out that whole side.
I just hope I have less anxiety watching you on the frontier now that it's been a minute for me running 8 mans.
You shouldn't have any anxiety watching me play badly. As long as I play badly, there's room for improvement. Were you getting a little twitchy not playing DAOC? I would have been. That's... Oh. I hope this server does well. I hope Atlas does well, but I hope that we get a good selection of people that played on Phoenix and are missing something good to play on who could be happy playing here. Because I know there's lots of people that don't like TOA at all. And I understand that. I hated it when it came out. The problem with fighting the oranges here is I can't get to them because there's reds in the way.
A lot and during hours that the guild played.
Wow, long aggro range, dude.
Arthik said, "Don't you have a power drain bolt thing?"
No, I don't think I do. I have an endurance drain, but it's worth looking to see. Oh. Okay, I'm just supremely stupid. We'll make sure that's set up right.
PNA said, "Yeah, was wondering about that."
Okay. Let the brain dead gameplay continue. Let us macro that to 1. Combine key to 1. Save. Boom. Min. Okay, need to sit first before I test that out, or I'll just get killed. This seems to have a good starting population. This is, I mean, I know the server just went live yesterday, so people are going to want to play on it. It's going to have luster for a while, and then it's going to calm down probably. But this server seems to have good population at the moment. There's nothing else live for DAOC that has the same sort of population, including live, I think. There, that's going to be much better. Yeah, there's the start of the Vampiir bust for strength, dex, con, and quickness that are inherent. Oh, I'm going to be toast. I need to find some mobs that have less of an aggro range, I guess. With no endurance, I can't really run. So I think I am toast. And no power, because no endurance.
Blank said, "Hey man, how's it going?"
Hello, Blance. How you doing? I am about to die for the first time in 7 levels, so there's that. Other than that, it's going fine.
Arthik said, "Power drain heal."
The problem is, I have the heal there, And I have the power drain, but you can't do the power drain in combat, as far as I know. And I couldn't cast the heal. I need power from hitting, but I can't hit when I have no endurance. And I would have endurance if I had the pots, but I can't get the pots till level 10. So, release. Oh, it's right there. Boom. Healer. Hello, Belly. And buff bot. Now, there were other purple mobs south of here. And I could try those and see if there may be a little less... Like, those things had a very long aggro range. Oh, somebody trained there. Can't remember what it was. Not Mananugget, who is an Eldritch. These guys? Balkans. Who are busy being killed anyway by somebody else. That's a purple Balkan. No, thank you. There was something else down here, too. Also purple. All purple. Except for the red. Nope. Other way. So supposedly, the mobs get more difficult further south. That's the way it's supposed to be. They get easier when you go north. So if you're having a hard time, go north. If you're having an easy time, go south. That's not entirely true here. But that's supposed to be the general idea. Oh yeah, that whole prey thing. Which at this level might actually make a difference. Yep, back to halfway again. Okay. Do we have an orange? Yes. Can you come here, please? I would like to kill you. Preferably with less death. Now, do I have unspent points? I do not. However, it's going well. Oh yeah, let's check the population weather here. There's currently 935 people on the server across all 3 realms, with most of them in Hib. 375 in Hib, 309 Alps, 251 Mids. That's pretty good. Looks like they have sped up the endurance recovery, same as Phoenix did. It might even be the same. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. What time zone are you in?
Nicey.
What time zone are you in, Blandix? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm really appreciative.
Blank said, Central. But I work at a hospital and have been working a lot.
Oh man. Thank you to you. I would not want to work at a hospital these days. It must be so stressful and so intense. So, respect. Okay, now, in theory, I would think that if I could find another orange, I could pull endurance from them with the same tap here. I've got to get very close. Too close. Inside their aggro range. Yeah, can't use that power tap in combat, unfortunately. Probably drunk as they're killed. That's hilarious.
Thank you for the follow air__run.
Yes, thank you very, very much.
Air_run is now following.
Have some well-deserved applause. I really appreciate that. I'm aiming for 400 followers as a vague target, and you're greatly helping that, because I'm at 394 according to Stream Elements right now. That may or may not be accurate. They're not that good at keeping up with it. But very much appreciated. That's cool. I'm having a good time with the content production thing. I made a quick video a month and a half ago about one of the constructed languages I'm working on and the writing system and everything, and posted it to my other YouTube channel. And I didn't do any promoting of it or anything, except I think I posted it once on Reddit. That was it. And relative to my other videos, which are, pretty small score, it's now heading straight up. It's amazing. And I've been watching that. I get 20 or 30 views a day or something like that. It's over 1,000 views in a month and a half, which probably doesn't sound like much if you're used to looking at videos on YouTube and you see Mr. Beast, 61 million views, and it's only been out for an hour. But I'm very small scale here. So it's cool to have something work and have people appreciate it. And I'm going to have to do more of them on a similar theme. For anybody who didn't know that, I also create constructed languages and writing systems and do all that stuff as a hobby. I've made one professionally for a BBC Kids show that's probably never going to see the light of day, and one for a pen and paper role-playing game called the Nuadan Chronicles that was published out of Georgia. So those two were for pay. I haven't done any others, but I haven't really been looking for it. Look at the aggro range. That's just insane. That's just huge aggro range. No endurance.
Old_school_gamers said, hey, good to see you back streaming.
Hey man, how you doing? Yeah, I'm about to die here. I can get the heal off, maybe not. Nope. Nope. Close, but no cigar. I got sick at Christmas, and I thought, oh God, I finally got, some variety of COVID or something like that, probably Omicron, since everybody and their dog seemed to be getting it. The province I live in has an online form that you go fill out, and they tell you whether or not you should get tested. And I went and filled out the form, and they said, don't bother. So I don't know what that means. We don't have enough tests? You're not serious? Go away? I don't know. So anyway, I didn't stream much over Christmas. First off, because it was Christmas and, you know, family and all that sort of stuff. But also because I sounded like a frog, and I like frogs, but it sounded like a frog was in my throat too. I was very gravelly and it didn't sound good. And I still don't sound great. I thought it's just going to aggravate everything if I stream and I'm talking all the time. And if I'm not talking and not being entertaining, then why stream? Right? So I took a break from it. Also, Phoenix was down.
Blank said, "Gotta
Atlas
head
was
out.
busy switching.
Work in the morning. Be safe.
You too.
See ya later."
Thank you again. I hope to see you again. And if not, enjoy the VODs, man. I really appreciate it.
_school_gamer said, "Yeah, I seen the videos. Hope you doing better. I had that COVID crap too. Been playing Atlas here, working on my 550.
Yeah, Atlas.
PNA said, "Gotta head out."
Okay.
TTYL.
Talk to you later, man. Nice to see you again, PNA. Yeah, old school. When Atlas goes live, I'm gonna try that too. I've been trying Atlas and trying Celestius, and Celestius has gone live, so I figured I should stream from Celestius, but I am gonna try both. We didn't level in there, did we?
Old
Most we
_school
did not.
_gamer said, "I am in Pills Powers Guild on HIB."
And they're playing on Atlas, not here, right? I heard that Pills was on.
Yep, Atlas.
Yeah, I heard that Pills was over there, and obviously he's a good leader. He was very influential on Phoenix, so I imagine he's going to help a lot on Atlas. When Atlas goes live, I'm probably going to try that too. Actually, I'm guaranteed to try that
Yeah,
too.
he is awesome. I RVR with him a lot.
Yep. So I don't know where I'm going to end up, right? But my viewpoint of things here is that I should remember what I'm doing. That's my viewpoint. Is that I want to stream to promote the game. So if I'm going to stream to promote the game, I should sort of be delivering the news to people, right? Showing off what each of the servers looks like when it goes live and letting people judge what they think of it and learning as much as I can so I can relate it to people. So that would be why I'm here on Celestius and why I will be on Atlas when it goes live. Not that I consider myself any sort of authority, but I would like to know and be able to recommend to people, you know, yeah, try this, try that. The only thing I don't think I like about Atlas is the timer on Purge. I think it's really extreme. I can see having a longer one.
I recommend Atlas to everyone who likes it old school.
Yep. And it may be that that's where I end up too. Actually, I'm really glad that Celestius has a different choice of the way they want to push the game than Atlas does, because it gives players variety in the style of the game that they can play. I mean, you can play on live, you can play on Atlas when it goes live, you can play on Celestius when it goes live. There's another one called, there's another server out there that somebody was mentioning. And then there's ones like Brotherlands 2 and stuff like that. So there's variety in the way people can play. I just hope that we can maintain the population.
Leaving Broadsword.
No, I did not. Where did the main dev go
Just
and
took
why?
off, no answer.
Really? Huh. Oh yeah, I should do that whole pray thing again. Eat, pray, die.
Let me go see he with the new company.
Okay. That's a little odd. Even if you get lured away by another company, usually you make, you know, a good deal with treating the company you were at well. So you don't burn bridges behind you. See, fighting reds on a Vampiir is not really a good plan. Just enough power to occasionally hit claw. No endurance. I badly need level 10. Not that. I really wish going out of combat mode wasn't escape, and then quitting also escape. And I'm sure I could probably configure that in the keyboard command somewhere. But I hate looking like an idiot, like popping that up because the combat ended and I didn't realize it was quite done, and then I hit escape. The thing is, to me anyway, Broadsword isn't doing a very good job. I'm sure they're pretty limited in terms of budget and capabilities, and maybe the higher ups are just clamping down on doing anything other than maintaining things the way they are. But that isn't going to last them very long, I don't think. I don't think they can keep going that way. And I do want the game to keep going, so, you know, I kind of want them to do a better job. Come on, got to be an orange here somewhere. What's the range on this sucker? Good. Nice and long range. Could we do like some combat and damage and things? Yeah, that's a bit better. Can't hit that, can I? No, apparently not. Don't have enough power, right. Oh, it's cast. Wouldn't happen anyway. There we go, level 8. Da 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 da. I had a thing I was going to say. I'm not sure it was profound. It might have been. But it was something that occurred to me in the middle of all that, and now I've completely forgotten it. Don't get old. You'll forget stuff. Not quite that bad. Hey, we've now crossed the 9,500 total views on my channel. Hey. Thanks to people like you. Right. I have all this crap, and I have not played with the auto salvager yet, have I? No. Right, so it's just a portable merchant.
But yeah, he left and went to a new team to work on something else.
Huh. Well, maybe just a difference of opinion on something, or he championed some particular thing and it didn't work. I mean, all sorts of stuff can happen like that. People, particularly in software companies, can sort of stake their reputation on a particular thing, and then it doesn't pan out. And then suddenly they go to another company because, well, you know, that way
we
they...
just hear the main part, not all the dirty little stuff, LOL.
Yeah, exactly. We do. Okay, 8. If I go to 8 in this, I get a bigger endurance drain. Color me unexcited. 8 points, I can go there, there, and get front of target, which is what I'm going to want. Wasp Sting with a... That's an easy trade. I'll train that way and get that and use it as my main. Boom. Okay, now we can go right back to where we were, only maybe this time we'll remember to go to the hastener. Hey lady, speed me up, thank you. And nothing else should have changed except my buffs are slightly higher there. I still want stuff that has thrust, crush, and slash. And looks like the equipment you get by default does not have those things. Suddenly they're yellows. Well, this should be much easier anyway. Slower, but easier. So the amount of power I get, I think, comes from the weapon skill level that I have and things too. So that's going to get better. Or, I mean, relative to, you know, the weapon skill versus the level of thing I'm fighting. I don't know what it is about this class.
Blade Master and Menti for HIV side, I like them all. Blade Master make a super tank with the 360 evade.
You know, that is a class I have not tried, and I should try Blade Master,
My
and I can't believe I just said that.
RR4 already.
Really?
Rags Hot said, this is not Midgard.
Hello, Ragshots. No, this is not Midgard. You are correct. You can tell by the fact that things are green.
_school_gamer said, yeah, I was taking the dragon a bit today.
Cool.
Tanking.
I figured that
said,
part.
Too much green.
It is too much green.
No blue.
And no ice. That's usually the first hint. There's no ice showing at all.
_school_gamer said, LOL.
I do have a level 1 mid Thane created and a level 1 Valkyrie on the mid side, and I will be adding a Warlock probably, because I don't know if I ever really played Warlock. And I have an Infiltrator on the Alb side. I do plan on playing on all 3 realms. Oh, there's a question for the people that are playing here. What's the realm timer time? You know? I mean, I normally play in 1 realm in a given evening anyway.
Rags Hot said, none ATM.
Oh, really? Well, hey. They should add one, but, you know.
Old _school _gamers said, there is no realm timer right now for beta. Rags Hot said, they said that if the people don't abuse they won't put realm time.
Okay, well good. Hopefully people won't abuse it, but...
Old _school _gamers said, carrot.
Yeah, I don't have that much
Rags
faith
Hot
in
said,
players mostly.
but they will not play around and will put one in ASAP.
Yeah, that's probably not hard to do. Of course, I'm a little biased. I actually, despite the fact that I'm playing all 3 realms, I actually liked it back in the day when you could only play 1 realm. You couldn't log into the other realms at all, and you didn't have to worry about anybody doing that unless they had a second account, which was, you know, more expensive and less people did it and things like that. I didn't mind that. I think it built sort of realm spirit. But I recognize that, you know, it's not live servers. Back in the day when there was huge population on all the servers and you could have accounts in each of 3 different servers to play all 3 realms. But I did like the fact that people had a limit to their choices there and had to pick a...
baby.
Yeah, exactly. It was a big thing. It was really kind of cool. And the only thing is the free shards can't really do that because they would have to set up 3 different servers. There'd have to be CELESTIUS, A, B, and C. And for something that's being offered for free, that is unreasonable.
I am sure a realm timer will come.
Oh, eventually, sure.
I have no faith in people.
Well, the thing
Old
is, you can have...
_school _gamers said, I am going HIB this time. I never really played it much all them years.
That's what happened to me on Phoenix. I decided I'm going to stream DAOC, so I was streaming live, and I got a lot of people who came on and said, oh, no, you should be on Phoenix. Phoenix is the way to go. Go to Phoenix. Go to Phoenix. So I thought, fine, I'll try Phoenix out. So I
Rags
looked into
Hot
it, I
said,
set it up.
I played Alb on Phoenix.
And I thought I will start on Hib because I never played Hib much live, right? And I didn't like Alb at all. There's hardly any classes on Alb I really liked. So I started on Hib with my Ranger and then a Champion. And then I decided, well, I have to play somebody on mid, so I rolled some mids. And then I thought, well, if I'm going to play those 2 realms, I have to play somebody on Alb, so I rolled up an Infiltrator. And as it turns out, I really like Infiltrator. So that's okay. But yeah, when you haven't played a realm and you switch, it's really like getting a new game with familiar mechanics. And that's quite cool.
Old _school _gamers said, it's like a whole new
Just
game,
what I said.
LOL.
Exactly.
Rags Hot said, yeah, I was its mom on Phoenix RR7 Merc and I only played Alp on Phoenix.
Well, this is the thing.
This time I went back to mid.
Really, if I was going to be fair to myself, or consistent or something, I would have rolled on Alb this time around and played Alb first. But the problem is I really like some of the Hib classes and the mid classes more than any particular Alp class.
I really want to play Vampiir.
Give it a shot, man. I really enjoy it. It's neat. It's different. I think it's a good class if you're going to solo. I don't know if it's any good solo RVR.
I-50 and had a lot of fun doing solo shit.
Yep. I like Hero. You should try Champion too. Champion. On live, I was like, oh, I could never play a Champion. A debuff class? How much fun can that be? No. I want to play something that's, buffed up and away you go. When I went to Phoenix, I tried Champion just because, well, that's a class I'd never play. That's got to suck. Fantastic fun.
Old_school_gamers said, the debuffs are nasty. I have a 50 LOL.
Oh,
Rags
yeah.
Hot said, people told me Champion is way better for solo than Hero.
Champion is awesome. I cannot give it too many thumbs up. I mean, I don't know how it's going to vary on each of these servers. On Phoenix, Champion was fantastic. People get all their equipment and their buffs and everything else, and then they come running up to you, and you go Zot, and suddenly they got crap strength and crap dexterity, and you're whacking away on them. It's great fun, and it's very effective, and I really like Champion.
Old_school_gamers said, yep.
Yeah, Champion is a fantastic class. I'll probably end up rolling one here, too.
And they try to run away, LOL.
Yeah, exactly. Champion is underrated, I think. But I think Vampiir is enormous fun. I don't know how effective it is in RVR, to be honest. I've got a lot to learn still. But I do like it. Ooh, look, I'm 9. Well. Oh, and now I actually have the power for that. And for that matter, sprint. That is the strength of this game. That there are so many classes.
/con and dex/quickness hurts, LOL.
Oh, sure, it hurts, but it also screws people up because suddenly they're not as fast as they expect to be, and they're not doing as much damage as they expect to be. And, I mean, people build expectations up of how their character works. And then debuffs just tear that out from underneath them.
Very trio people are like WTF, LOL.
Yeah, exactly, right? And it's great fun knowing that that's what you're... I mean, okay, it's shallow. But it's great fun knowing that that's what you're doing to somebody. They're like, my skull can kill anything on the planet. And no, suddenly you're hitting with a wiffle bat and you're crap. And you're slower and yeah. No, it's great fun. I really like Champion. And the more I talk about it, the more I'm going to end up rolling up Champion too. And I was trying to not roll too many alts, and already I've talked about like 6 or 7 of them.
With my Blade Master, LOL.
Well, see, this is a thing. I need to try Blade Master too. Okay, we have 17 points, and we have a character generator over here, so I can see where I'm going to plug them in. Well, I'm going to do it on screen here, but
Rags Hot said, I miss my Merc on Phoenix.
Guess what? You can re-roll them. And the nice thing about Celestius, yeah, I miss it too. I have a filter on there that's going to cut out all the swear words because I don't have any mods. But I miss Phoenix too. That's essentially what Ragshot said. With an expletive, which I share. I miss Phoenix too. But to be fair, if those people that ran it wanted to take a break, or they have something else they want to work on, or they had some infighting or whatever, I mean, it was all free. They can do that. I'm glad other people have stepped up to the plate. Now, in defense of Celestius here, you don't have to worry about templating. So as you level up, you are going to be basically covering all your needs to be fully buffed, so you can go out in RVR sooner. And I can understand doing that. 17 points. If I go to 8, I get... Man, they keep giving you the damn end tap thing, which is fine and dandy, but not really thrilling. There, a better claw. Okay, that I can do. Do we have the points? We do's.
Old_school_gamerts said, the nice thing on Atlas, one person can learn all trade skills.
Yes, yes, I agree. And what I bet is going to happen...
Suitor said, CELESTIUS seems alright. Good population too.
Yeah, oh yeah. The population I'm very impressed with. It remains to be seen whether or not everybody sticks around. But right now, at 9:04 PST, there are 816 people on the server.
Rags Hot said, all the Phoenix BG leaders are on CELESTIUS ATM.
Well, it seems... I mean, Atlas isn't up. I know a lot of people have faith in Atlas and that it's going to be good, and hopefully it is. But Atlas isn't up. If you want to go do RVR right now and know that your characters are going to stick around, you come to Celestius, you roll up a character, you go do your thing, and when Atlas goes up, if you go to Atlas, well, your characters are still here on Celestius. If Atlas turns out to suck for some reason, there's Celestius. If Celestius turns out to suck, well, you have hope that Atlas will come up. It's win-win everywhere as long as we get the population on each server to keep RVR viable. That's the big thing.
I bet no matter what, CELESTIUS will have a good 8v8 e-main population.
I bet it will. Yeah, I'm sure it will. Well, P.A.D. Playswitch was on earlier. His guild from Phoenix were like a devoted 8-man. They rolled on Hib here. I imagine they'll end up on mid as well, but they rolled on Hib. And I mean, they were streaming their 8-man and everything. And they were pretty focused. So I can imagine that they're going to end up being here too. And, well, I mean, I know they are here. He just said that. Okay, so while I think of it, nothing's better than what I have. I can go talk to the weapon master here and say if they offer me anything better. No, apparently not. Oh, maybe they do. Lesser gifted dagger is the one I'm using. No, they don't. They just give you the same damn thing. Looks like. An adequate weapon. So I should be looking through this stuff to see if I'm getting better than what was given away there. I think I just blew that by moving, didn't I? There we go. One more level and I should be able to buy the buff pots. That'll help too. Yeah, I actually think if you're into playing Dark Age of Camelot, this is actually not a bad time for us. It'll get better when Atlas is up and people will have multiple choices to what they want as to what they want to do. But it's not bad. The new claw should help immensely. Might be time to go south soon. It's short notice. I've been playing for not even 2 hours yet. So it's a very limited amount of time on the server to review it, but so far I see nothing wrong with CELESTIUS at all. Other than the aggro range on these specters, which is pretty monumental. Oh, there's quite a few of you out there. Hello and welcome to the channel. I never even looked to see if my bot was asking you to follow, because I hate it when people do that. But if you haven't hit follow, please hit follow. I'm trying to get to 400 followers as a target, and it'd be nice to get there. Just means I'm going to set up another target, but you know, it's all relative. I'm amazed that second guy didn't aggro me. The leveling speed doesn't seem to be bad, and I'm soloing it. I mean, I know I'm very low level, but
Same as the Zero Suitor said, can you have buff bots on CELESTIUS? Or is there no point?
no, I'm sure you can. I'm just not doing that. I'm sure you can. There are NPC buffs that you get for free, but I don't think they're over the top or that they render buffing classes pointless. So yes, I could be running a buff bot, and I'm not. And probably should. I just really don't want to play multiple characters, and I want to see how one solo can do. So there's that. Now, I would expect long wait on that. I would expect that if I had a buff bot going with this, I would be doing much better and faster. And obviously, if I was in a group, I would be going faster. So, as an experiment, does slash... I have played for 2 hours, 4 minutes and 57 seconds, 11 minutes and 47 seconds on this level, and I am level 9, almost 9.5. Solo, with no buffs other than the NPC. NPC buffs that everybody can get for free. Don't think you can kill Steel here. He was trying. I don't know. But he didn't kill it, so it doesn't really matter. think it's only going to get easier too. Vampiir is a class that is very weak at low level. Capable enough, but not very strong at all. And I think it's just going to get a little easier as it goes along. Because leveling with a Vampiir was never really a problem for me all that much. Occasionally in a couple of spots, a little bit, but mostly not bad at all. They're pretty good for that. I don't know how good they are for RVR when you're all is said and done. I seem to do okay.
Server seems very promising. Might roll a mauler.
Well, sure. Maul away. The big question is, are people going to stick around? I mean, I would expect a certain percentage of the people that show up to go, oh, hey, cool, there's a new server, I should try it out. And then they go, well, it's not that much better than what I was used to. Or wasn't what I was looking for, or some other thing, and some segment won't stick around. For the moment, it's this or live. And people have shown they don't really want to play on live. So it's this. I would say it's very promising. 788 people on right now. If this had been Atlas when I was testing it, or CELESTIUS when I was testing it, that would be more like 20 or 30 people. People obviously didn't want to participate in the tests, I guess. I can understand that. Why roll a character up, get attached to them, have fun doing them, and then have to start all over again. But, oh, aggro range. But it does seem to have lots of potential. And I gotta figure out how to change that. I'm sort of twitchy. So I kind of twitch on that key a lot. Oh, fine. Oh, really? You know, honestly, I don't know the finances of it. I don't know what the numbers actually are. This is straight out of my butt. But if I was the folks that controlled the game on live, I would work out some other system to get people to play, and I would post the game on Steam or something like that and get people to come back to the game. Because I think the biggest problem is this is a great game, but there's, you know, a couple of generations of gamers out there that don't know anything about it. It's a visibility issue more than anything else. I mean, admittedly, the graphics look old by comparison to modern games, but that also means that it'll run on anything.
Gamers said, if I was them, I would have made a classic server years ago, LOL.
Well, yeah, so would I. I mean, Mythic promised a classic server. Broadsword's had it for years, but Mythic originally promised one and never delivered.
Yeah,
And that's just stupid. Oh, my controller's having
Lintworm
fits
said,
there.
if you were them, you'd work under EA and they would laugh at you if you asked for funds to start up a classic server.
Yeah, that might be the case. Granted. EA isn't really about gaming.
Old_school_gamers said, probably right.
EA is about profits, not really about game quality anymore, unfortunately. One good thing with a long aggro range, I don't have to worry about pulling. Now, this could have gone a little faster if I had not chatted quite so much. And I did chat. So, that means that I could basically have done levels 1 to 10 in 2 hours here, solo. I mean, on a class that admittedly does well solo, but still. Because this will do me for 10. Oh, what am I doing? Somebody said there's slash train. I forgot. I am dozy. Hear me roar. Let me look at that character generator again. Wrong screen. Sorry.
Atlas has that
Combat
also.
speed buff.
Very nice feature.
Yeah, sure it is. I know, and I should have remembered that, but I didn't even think about it. Okay, we do want to go to 10. And I guess just save the points, because we will want that. 10% combat speed increase. Probably time to change mobs, too. 453. So back over to the controller. Keyboard. Alt 3. If you like gaming and you don't have a Razer Tartarus, run to the store and buy one. I'm not sponsored by them or anything like that, but it is a great little thing to have a controller like that. Oh yeah, let's bring up the Auto Salvage 3000. Love the name. Let's click on it to bring it up. Really wish I didn't have to go to work tomorrow. Can't be sold. Okay, fine. I guess maybe at level 10 I can get the next one. They don't really have a thing for raw gear here. Unless the stats are different on these things. I guess I should be looking at that. 333310. No. Just make sure I didn't click on the wrong one. No, they're the same. Okay. So now we can try further south. Oh, I had that up. Oh. Now I'm supposed to be able to get the pots. That's what we want. We want us some pots. We'll take that. And we'll take that. And I guess we'll take one for power, but I expect it won't work for me. And I don't know how many uses those have. Info. Doesn't tell me. Maybe I can only use it once. Power, healing, and endurance. Now, if this is like most servers, with a Vampiir I can do the endurance one, and I can't do the power. We'll see. Try endurance. I attempt to use it. I didn't drag the right thing. There. Can't cast it until I'm down on endurance. Okay. Those guys are now gray. I think I need more drink. So far, I would say Celestius is a hit. 2 thumbs up. Don't know what it's going to be like after this. Might suck. Those are now blue. Oh, yellow. Okay. Yellow we can do. Let's see if we can do yellow. We can do yellow. I bet you my weapon needs upgrading too. Oh, it's not that bad. I think I can do better than these for mobs. Let's try going further south. They said as a general rule, you go south to get better mobs. Now, I haven't gone very far away, so can't really say that's been true so far. And of course, there's all the rest of the zone, so we'll see. Time is it? 9:30. Oh, good. Oh, what are you guys? Orange. Orange and red. Orange works for me. Well, we'll see if orange works for me. So far, it's doing just fine. Kommen Sie her, bitte, meine Freund. Not sure the timing works the same on these things as it did. Don't have enough power. Okay, we're back to this problem. Let's try the power pot. Didn't do a damn thing. This will. Yeah, the leveling seems to be pretty good too. I mean, I'm doing none of the right things. I'm not in a group. I don't have a buff bot. The only right thing I'm doing is leveling a character that has their own sort of inherent buffs built in. Currently that's just plus 15 for strength, dex, and con, and plus 10 quickness, but you know, it's all relative. Yeah, this is working more or less. I am going to have to make up some more intro graphics at some point here. Which is probably going to be difficult when all I have is low-level characters. But, you know. Overall, it's still working. And I do like this class. Okay. Still got 754 people on. That's pretty good. No, that. again. Of course, I was saying about Champion that I liked it because of the debuffs. That's kind of what this class has too. Not quite the same, but you do have some debuffs and, you know, the ability to cause fumbles and crap like that, which
I hope
is
both servers
really
can
good
make
too.
it and have a decent pop between the two.
Yeah, so do I. That's my only really big worry, is that there are, say, X number of people out there who want to play DAOC in one form or another, and half of them end up liking Celestius and half of them like Atlas, and that it's not enough to sustain RVR on a server. That's the only thing that really bugs me, is the possibility that that might happen. But I think if that happens, people will pick one or the other for whatever reason. Like, I don't think it can sit in limbo with not enough people on both of them for all that long. It will change. But that's the biggest thing I'm worried about. The next biggest thing I'm worried about is that Broadsword will shut the game down entirely. And they might. If what somebody was saying there, that they're only making 6K off of it, that's nothing for a game. Nothing at all. It's going to turn out that if this game dies, it's going to turn out the reason it died is because...
Yeah, my gut tells me with that guy leaving and not making much, it will happen in 2022. Furboten said, if Broadsword shuts it down, it opens private servers up to do more stuff.
Maybe. It might also mean that suddenly Broadsword isn't in charge, but EA is, and EA decides to go after people running private shards. You never know. Probably not, granted. I mean, I haven't been doing it recently, but I also play on free shards for Star Wars Galaxies and City of Heroes. My other two favorite games, so to speak. And they're not being bothered by anybody because they're not making any money off of it either, right? Just donations to maintain the server. But it does mean that people would then have to download the client from somewhere other than Live. Right now, I can download the client from Live, and Live doesn't know what I did with it. So they don't really know if I'm going to come and play, if I just downloaded it and forgot to do it. If I'm using it on a free shard, who knows? But if the game dies, I think it's going to be because whoever was in charge at Broadsword or EA or whatever didn't actually make a classic server. Now that's what would have made the difference. Now, I'm not sure how they would have made money off of it, but, you know. There is a segment of the population that will not play on a free shard, right? They feel it's unfair to the people that wrote the game or the owners or whatever reason, right? And they'll play on Live, and then when the game dies, they'll just stop playing. Seems odd to me, but... you know, to each their own.
Old_school_gamerts said, I would pay 15 a month for a live classic server.
Right, I paid 30 a month because my wife played for like 6 years. Sure. It's really not much. I mean, I know people don't have any money, and I certainly don't have any money right now. No spare. But it's really not very much for the entertainment you can get out of it if you're playing. I mean, it's like paying for Netflix.
Lot cheaper than going out, LOL.
Yeah, absolutely. And it always was. Gaming, even when you have to pay a subscription, is a good bang for your buck if you like the game. If it's got replayability and I have to figure out how to change that. And this game definitely does. This has got replayability in like spades. Boom, there we go. Level 11. Going north to train. Oh, I don't have to. I have /train. As my friend Actual Kevin coined a phrase, I'm slow, but my work is poor. Yes, I'm slow and I forget easily. Probably time to up the weapon skill. But let's see what happens if we go to 11 here. We get a speed buff. It's not really thrilling, is it? But everything leads to a new claw, so there's that. An anytime defensive high penalty. That one I don't care about so much. Yeah. We'd have 4 points left over, which is enough for nothing. Or we don't do that. Oh, we can't go above our level. No, so we do that. We just ignore it. There we go. Boom. And then we go and
Lintworm said,
the speed buff.
Is CELESTIUS new?
Yeah, it just went live yesterday. Prior to this, they were doing tests on PvE, on leveling at various levels in battlegrounds and stuff like that. But this is now the live server. It's at this address. If I can type. That should be the server address there. If you're interested.
Might check it out. It's a bit of a red flag seeing kata classes, but I'm just assuming warlocks have been nerfed.
I don't know. Warlock is one of the ones I'm going to try. I never really tried it much on live. I think I tried it and didn't like it, but I probably just didn't understand it. Excuse me.
Sitsal said, they have been nerfed compared to the version most people remember.
Hello, Sitzel, and thank you very much for that information. Maybe they're going to suck. It's one of the classes I wanted to try. I know when they first came out, they were overpowered. That is a natural outgrowth of being a class added to an MMORPG with an expansion. They want you to pay for the expansion, and the reason they want you to pay, well, they want you to pay because they want your money, but the way they want to get you to pay is by adding content that you're going to enjoy and classes that are going to make you feel overpowered. So, Warlock, Bone Dancer, probably Vampiir when it came out. I didn't play it then. We're all probably a little overpowered. And the pattern for Mythic was a class comes out, it's overpowered, everybody pays for the expansion, plays the class, enjoys it, and then 6 months later they nerf it, and everybody's pissed off because their favorite class got nerfed, but it was overpowered to begin with, and it was deliberately overpowered to get you to pay for the expansion.
Old_school_gamer said, Mauler was super off, take a whole 8-man group out.
Exactly. Case in point. Never really played one. But every new class that came out, good odds it was going to be overpowered, at least in some circumstances. And the reason was you were going to pay for it. And they wanted you to pay for it. But they all get balanced over time. So here, hopefully, we have a more balanced version of it. One thing I just learned today or yesterday I think, which I didn't know, and that is one of the developers on Phoenix is working on CELESTIUS, for what that's worth. Hey man, there's a whack load of you folks out there. I must be the only one streaming DAOC right now. Or you're all very desperate. So far, though, I would say this is fun. I would give it a thumbs up and say it looks like it has lots of potential, particularly given the amount of... can we use a power pot now?
Nah, just like watching your streams.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. Have some applause. I'm trying to be entertaining. Whether or not I succeed, I don't know all the time, but I am trying. I actually started streaming on Twitch and streaming games because I wanted to learn how to do it. And I thought, well, if I'm playing a game which I'm used to, then I can talk about the game, and this is a game I love, so that's cool. But the actual intention was to get good at streaming so I could do my font stuff and be comfortable too. And I have streamed on live on YouTube live a couple of times now. Oh, this is going to be fun, Zor. We'll see if Wizard is overpowered or crap. Of course, that's assuming I know how to play it.
Same it has to Zero Super said.
Vampiir.
The font stuff?
What's the font stuff? I make constructed languages and writing systems to go with them. Mostly the writing system stuff. I hit that button again. Let me back out here and see if I have an example. I think I do. There, that should have been an overlay with audio, and it wasn't. Those are examples of different writing systems I invented for languages I'm working on creating. I created a writing system I'd really like to redo, but a writing system in a language for a BBC Kids show that will probably never see the light of day, unfortunately. And for another one for a pen and paper role-playing game called the Nuwadan Chronicles. It was published by a couple down in Georgia. How do you come up with them? Well, I was a linguistics major. I never got my degree, but I did 3 years of linguistics, and I've always been fascinated by languages. You start off with the phonology, the sounds that are going to be present in a language. Then you don't get killed by a changeling that's aggroing you because you're not paying attention and chatting too much. Then you work out, well, it's a little dry to explain, but you work out the morphology and syntax, which is the way...
HC said, didn't Lord of the Rings come about by Tolkien doing something similar?
That's exactly where it all came from. There were people that invented languages before Tolkien did, There's a woman named Hilary of Bingham in like the 12th century who invented her own language. She was a nun at a nunnery, and she wanted some other way to express writing and her thoughts and everything else like that. There's been other ones since then. Esperanto is a created language. There's one called Interlingua. There's been lots. Tolkien did it.
Same it has to zero Sugar said, hushed face.
Tolkien did it, and he was interested. Well, he was an Oxford professor of Old English, but he was interested in playing with languages and creating them, and ended up writing Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit and stuff like that. Well, The Hobbit started off as stories he told his kids, but he ended up writing The Lord of the Rings and The Silmarillion as a history to give the languages he created context. So he created 2 types of Elvish, Dark Speech, Dwarvish. Dwarvish is actually based on Hebrew. Dark Speech, I don't know where that really came from. I don't know if it has something like, it's not a stereotype like it was based on Russian or German or something like that. It isn't. Elvish is a mixture, basically a mixture of Welsh and Finnish with some Irish Gaelic thrown in, I think.
Rags Hot said, I want to say it's based around Germanic tribes.
Maybe, but when you look at the way the inscription on the ring, right? One ring to rule them all, etc.
Bishop HC said, such an interesting history to it.
Oh, definitely. The inscription on the ring in Black Speech is Ashnaz Durbatalak Ashnaz Gimbatul Ashnaz Strakatalaka Gbursum Ishi Krimpatul. That is not Germanic. It's not quite Slavic either. It's closer to Slavic in some ways, but not even then, I don't think. I have to look at it more and see what the phonology does.
Said, Black Speech has some similarities to the ancient Kuro-Urartian language.
And it might go back that far. I mean, he was a scholar. The language I am trying to create at the moment, which is very hard and driving me nuts, is based off Semitic languages. Modern examples would be Arabic and Hebrew, and Syriac, Berber. I'm trying to do a language based off of Akkadian and ancient Egyptian, kind of, vaguely. That's where my starting point is. But I don't speak any Semitic language, so bending my brain around the triconsonantal roots that those things use is proving to be a real pain. This all started out because I was...
said, can you give any insight to the process?
Just a second here. You don't need to see that. I need to go to here.
Samit has to zero Sugar said, I have enough trouble remembering where to put a comma.
There. If I go to here and then go to there. Stop that from playing. Copy. Come over here. Here is a short video on my YouTube channel on the way the writing system that I built for the conlang that I'm trying to build works. The language is called Ashwadi, and is not complete. And I got kind of bogged down in trying to come up with a writing system I liked. And I really like a type of Arabic called Kufic. So I built Ashwadi to look sort of Kufic-like and then changed it from there. So in essence, I'm doing conlanging on YouTube Live and with YouTube videos, and I'm streaming games here. And originally the purpose was to get comfortable streaming, right? Because it's actually quite distracting to do something and remember to talk at the same time. Much harder than walking and chewing bubblegum at the same time, shall we say. And as it turns out, I like streaming games, so that's cool. But the original intent was actually just to figure out how by starting with streaming games. And I think after 2 years, I'm okay at that.
Bishop HC said, "That's awesome. I'll give it a watch. Thank you."
No problem. No problem. So I am going to be doing, that video is done very well for me. That video is done very well. I am going to be doing more videos on conlanging and
Same it has to Zero Sugar
conscript.
said, "I knew an Ashwadai kid in middle school. Never got his name."
Well, it might be a language name that exists from somewhere else. It just came up in my head. I have this whole world that I was building either so I could try writing a novel, like set of novels in it, fantasy novels, or as a world for D&D. I don't know if I have my map up here or not, or if I get rid of that graphic. Okay. There. Oh, and good. That's Ashwadi, writing above there. Actually, the top word is Ashwadi. This is my first attempt at map making for the world I wanted to build. And it focuses around a city right there. This is probably a couple of 1,000 miles or 1,000 miles across in the same north-south.
Do you speak any other languages yourself?
Not really. I was a linguistics major, so we studied other languages, so I picked up a few words in half a dozen languages. But no, I don't really speak anything. I did speak a little bit of Russian. Я говорю очень плохо по-русски. I speak very badly in Russian. That just switched on its own there. Why did it do that? But I don't actually speak any other languages, just little bits. You know, a few words in German, a few words in French, a few words in Russian.
Bishop HC said, "That sounded like more than a little bit. LOL."
I'm pretty good at imitating accents. My only Chinese I can say is 我是上海人, which is probably terrible tone-wise and everything, but should mean that I am a man from Shanghai, which is not true, although I wouldn't mind going there sometime. I can say 私はポン, which is I am an idiot in Japanese. I think it is anyway. Ich spreche Deutsch, sehr bisschen. I speak very, very little German. The man bites the dog. Is the only thing I can say in an Australian Aborigine language called Nyangamarda. My first year linguistics professor was the world authority on Nyangamarda. So we had a lot of examples of it up on the board and stuff. And I remember that one phrase, mostly because as fast as I just said it there, that's about half the speed that the actual speakers speak at. It's just insane. It's an incredibly quickly spoken language. Okay, back out to /train. What I like about constructed languages is that we use language every day. We don't think about it. It's probably the most important tool that humans ever invented as a species. Right up there with fire. And we use it every day. We don't think about it mostly, unless we're trying to learn another language. And even then, we don't really think about it the same way. We effortlessly communicate it in our native language and don't even think about it that much. Unless we're doing a specific thing, like trying to do public speaking or writing something down or doing an essay or, filling out something technical. But mostly we don't think about it. And it's a neat tool. And the way that English works, or German, or French, or Mandarin, or Xhosa in Africa, or any of the Bantu languages like Swahili and stuff, there isn't any one way to do the thing to make a language work. So it's kind of cool to study the way different human societies have built up languages and just the way they work. One of the indigenous languages here in Canada, Cree, has a whole separate form for verbs that is only used when they're telling a story. So just hearing somebody say a sentence, you can tell if they're telling a story or relating something.
We send pressure waves through the air to put ideas in other people's minds. Huge evolutionary advantage.
Oh, massively, massively. There used to be a thing called the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis or theory.
Bishop H.C. said, "That's very true, and an insightful way of viewing it."
And for the longest time, Sapir-Whorf had, well, for a while it had some credibility. It's shot now. But it has some little truth to it, I think. And that is that the language that you speak in shapes the way you can think. Now, there's nothing that you can't say in any language on Earth. There's a way to say it, even if it's roundabout or something like that. Some primitive tribe in South America, for instance, might have a hard time describing something that's technical in the modern day, but they'll get there eventually. But some languages have concepts that are part of the language that shape the way the culture works and the way people communicate in a way that others don't. Evidentiality. Not a thing in English at all. It's not that you can't express it, but it isn't really a thing. In some languages, when you say something, you can imply that you know it's true because you saw it. You think it's true because you trust the source you heard it from. You're really not sure if it's true at all, but you think it might be. Or you think something isn't true, even though people are saying it is true. All in the way you say a particular sentence, because evidentiality is built into the language. Well, that's kind of a neat thing. So the joy of conlanging is to look at the way all these other languages are doing things out there and pick and choose the things that you like to make a language the way that you want. And honestly, nobody is ever going to learn your language unless your name is David Peterson and you invent the languages.
Said, isn't that built into tone within English?
Well, that's what I'm saying. By the way, yes. It is implied, sure, within tone. But it's not an inherent part of language. We don't write those tones down when you're typing stuff, for instance, right? It's in chatting and texting people, it's notorious for being able to misread stuff. But in the languages I'm talking about, it's actually encoded in the verb, just like you can say I will go as opposed to I have gone and stuff like that in English. You can say that you
Interesting.
saw something, and from the actual words you used, the person knows that you mean you saw it yourself and you know it to be true from your, from what you saw. Not relying on tone. Like I said, there's nothing you can say in any one language that you can't say in another language. There will be some way to do it. But some things are built into certain languages and not into others. And it's fun to play with that stuff. It's extremely nerdy, but it can be fun to play with that. At least for me and other people that do conlanging. And it's kind of trendy now. It's still very, very niche. If you're really interested in this stuff, well,
Fish
hopefully I'll be able to
said,
say watch my
the major
videos.
constructed language that comes to mind for me is Klingon. Do you have any thoughts on that one in particular?
Well, Klingon was made by a guy named Mark Okrand.
Total Witch Vibe said, what's the vamp spec? Never played this patch level and I'm playing Lock finally.
For me, the vamp spec is Shadow Mastery when you're leveling up, because it's just convenient for leveling, and the 3 spells that you get here, combat speed increase, increased chance to parry, and health regen are good for leveling. So level up with Shadow Mastery and take the piercing up to 44, I think, to get Eye Shot, which does like 2.4 damage, damage growth. It's a terrific attack. And then you just rely on Eye Shot and your claws. But when you go RVR, you want to go Dementia, because Dementia has fumbles and lowers the enemy's weapon skill and stuff like that. Instead of having the dodge and the heal and stuff like that, you get stuff that's more relevant to RVR. So for a Vampiir, level up in Shadow Mastery, and probably go Dementia. Now, Vampiric Embrace is kind of interesting because it has a stealth reveal thing, but I don't know how relevant that is. If you wanted to have a second vamp, that's what I would do. It'd be the second one would be Vampiric Embrace, probably, and I might end up doing that. As for Klingon, Mark Okrand made that, and he said in an article I was reading that the first thing he tried to do with it, he said, well, it's supposed to be an alien language. There are things human languages do pretty consistently. They're common features. There's no absolutely universal stuff, but there's an awful lot of very common things. When he built Klingon, he decided that, well, it's supposed to be an alien language, so I'm going to break a whole pile of those rules. So Klingon is a perfectly viable language, but it's been built to be really contrary to the way human languages work instinctively. So it's kind of difficult. But that said, people have learned it. People have taught it to their kids, everything else. It's quite interesting. I don't remember any Klingon. I've got a dictionary for it on my bookshelf, but I don't really remember it. I was going to learn it at one point just as a joke more than anything else, but never got around to it. Other examples of constructed languages, aside from Tolkien, of course, with Elvish and stuff like that, and Klingon, the Na'vi language from Avatar, Dothraki, and the other languages that David Peterson made for Game of Thrones. There's a slang sort of language thing that was made for a show called The 100, which I have yet to watch. There is Belta Lauda from The Expanse, which is my all-time favorite TV show. Belta Lauda is actually a Creole, mixing English and a couple of dozen other languages from all around the world. It's quite neat. And not that hard to understand. Luckily on the show they put subtitles down anyway. What else? Most of them, other than Tolkien, almost all the other constructed languages that anybody will ever have encountered have come from TV shows and movies, because they want to add the language element to make something seem even more authentic. And that, I mean, that's cool. The one that I invented, the Marathi language that I invented for the Nuadan Chronicles, is mostly so that they had the ability to come up with consistent names and place names for characters and locations inside of the world that they created, which is sort of a fantasy steampunk environment. Some tech, some magic mixed. It looked quite neat. I haven't actually read the rules. The one that I made for the BBC, which as far as I know was never going to be turned into a actual kids show. I'm still under NDA, so I can't give you a lot on it, but it was intended to add the same sort of color and entertainment to a kids show with the introduction of these wild characters that were from somewhere in the world. But they didn't want to tell the kids how the language worked. They wanted to give it to them spoken and have writing on, artwork and stuff like that, and let the kids figure it out. So the language that I produced for them, I really wish they would produce the show. It'd be kind of cool. The language that I produced for them is a very, very simple language with very simple rules. Basically the same, almost the same grammar structure as English, and avoiding a few sounds in English that are... Midgard just took Merlin's staff. That's cool. There's already relics being taken. Some people have been power leveling, I'm going to assume. Or they had a few plants here that have been playing longer than when it went live. The
Big Points said, "How's it going tonight?"
It is going just fine. Just fine. I am level 12 in 3 hours, which is probably slow, but, I'm soloing and chatting away at people. Anyway, the idea with the BBC Kids show language was that the kids would be able to figure it out themselves. No, this is live. There are currently 665 players across all 3 realms. And Midgard just took Merlin's staff.
Thank you for the 4 long months of subscribing, Bishop HC.
Hey, Bishop HC, thank you very, very much. And yes, for 4 months, man, that's cool. No, I'm having a banner night. Oh, while I think of it, since I've been blatting on about my languages, I'll post a link to my Patreon too if anybody wants to go play with some of these alphabets.
How does the leveling feel so far?
Not bad. Not bad at all. We have /train, so I don't have to keep running back. There are NPC buffs, which don't seem to have a timer on them, that are decent enough. Now I'm on Vampiir and it has its own built-in buff, so that's a factor too. But you get buffs from the NPC. They seem to last. It doesn't look like there's a timer on them. You have /train. You can, as a matter of fact, it's probably time for me to do this. You can call up the Auto Salvage 3000 and sell all the crap that you picked up that you don't want. Experience seems to be reasonably quick. That is uncommon. That will be better than what I'm using. Good. Uncommon combat stiletto.
That makes it easy to clear bag space.
Sure does. And all the standard macros that people use. Uncommon.
Saint Merc said, can you make the cell macro like Phoenix?
Yes, you can. I just haven't done it because well, quite frankly, I've had bad experiences with it. I just need to make it cover bags 1 to 4, really. And then I can keep stuff in bag 5. The stuff that you get as drops is enough to keep you pretty much templated, which is cool. Oh, got that already. You don't need jewelry and everything else. Do we have that? We do. Good. So the gear is in 5 level bands. Level 1 to 5 is common. Maybe 1 to 10 is labeled common, rather. And then I'm on uncommon, and then there's rare and stuff like that. It's in bands. It drops. You put it up. You don't have to worry about templating. You don't need to get any jewelry or cloaks or anything like that. I don't know if that stuff even exists. But you can get, I think, up to 3 artifacts, TOA artifacts. From what I understand, you don't have to level those. And I think they've made getting them pretty painless. But I'm not sure on the details yet, being level 12. Well, 12. I'll tell you honestly, the most impressive thing to me is that it is 1016 PST, and there's 626 people on. When I logged in, there was over 1,000 players on. Now, some of that is going to be duplicates, because I'm sure people are making buff bots and things like that, but not everybody, I'm sure. Now, I picked a class where really a buff bot doesn't do very much. I've died twice so far in getting to level 12, and both times it's been due to aggro when I was fighting reds and got another high-level mob on me and couldn't beat it. That's about it. If I'd been more cautious and not chatting my butt off, I probably could have survived those or run away or something like that. I think I recall reading that they expect you'll be able to get to level 50 in 10 or 12 hours of play, which means people will find a way to speed that up, right? PBAOE groups or something like that, and they'll be doing it in 3 hours. Thing is, you don't have to template, which is in a way bad because I liked coming up with templates, I will admit. But in another way, it's nice because when you get to 50, you should basically be able to go out and RVR right then and there without having to aggro pull. Without having to worry about, you know, oh, I got to 50, cool, now I need to spend 4 hours to, you know, 12 days or whatever farming to get the gear I need. That won't be a factor. And that's kind of cool.
Rags Hot said, the thing I felt that is bad about that is there is nothing to do besides RVR.
Yes. Now, that is a thing. The reality is most people play this game for the RVR. That's true, I'm sure. But we used to have a...
If you don't have to worry about gear, selling, and training, then you really never need to go back to the city.
I'm sure there's going to be reasons.
Rags Hot said, like I enjoyed farming Rajas with friends on Phoenix.
Yep, I understand that. And that is a downside. And one of the reasons why I'm here, to see what I actually think about it when I play it. There basically isn't any crafting in this game, I don't think. So, that's a thing to consider. Right. So, that's taking the crafting game out. No housing? I didn't know no housing.
No PvE.
Well, there's this much PvE. This is about it. Are the dungeons here? Come on.
I think dragons.
Okay. I'll have to go going into a dungeon and see if it exists. I mean, I consider myself a little unusual in that I'm one of the players that...
custom boss Medusa.
Yeah, I know, I saw that. There is a thing called blood tokens that you can farm here.
At least the base dungeons.
I would hope so. Midgard wouldn't be the same without Spindlehala to me. And, I mean... Darkness Falls? I freaking love Darkness Falls. Always have. And on Phoenix, I was just...
They have DFSH and dragons and epic boss.
Okay. So there's some of that. But does that mean there's no Spindlehala in Midgard? It's not Midgard without Spindle. Doesn't seem right.
I am not sure on the big dungeon.
Yeah, well, this is part of the reason I'm here, right? Explore the server, see what I think, show it off to people, make up my own mind, decide if I like it or not, and if so, why I don't or do or whatever.
Because I know you can buy everything with blood tokens.
Yeah, but see... Back in the old days, playing in the dungeons and playing your character up in PvE was how you learned to love your character. And some of that's going to be gone, right? Wow, huge aggro range on him, too. People who want to RVR hate PvE, for the most part. But the thing that I think they're missing is that you get people that really know their class when they have to PvE it for a long time to learn it. They build up the reflexes for how to play it, even though they're doing it in PvE. You get easier opponents and stuff like that. I think the people that did that stuff benefited greatly when it came to RVR, and they were playing against real players. Because they'd already practiced it.
It's an RVR game, but it needs to have PvE for the downtime and for new players to learn.
Exactly. This is the thing. And that might be the short-sighted element here. That the PvE gets ignored and new players that come along are lost. That could happen. Yeah, aggro dude. Thank you. Luckily, I'm doing alright here. See, the original game, the PvE took too long. Playing regularly, it took me 8 months to get my first level 50. Now, for a game where you paid for a subscription, that makes perfect sense. They want leveling to be slow. You fall in love with your character. You get good at playing your character. You get attached to your character. You're willing to pay the $15 a month rent for that much longer because you're attached to your character. But for a free shard, for an older game, which has an established end game, it makes sense to speed up the PvE side. But they might have overdone it here. I don't know. It might be so trivial that they only get the people that want to RVR, and they lose out on people that might appreciate the PvE side, because there are people who like the casual gameplay of PvE and leveling up characters. DAOC was clever in that it was the first game to have a real end game that I can think of, like really well established. So the RVR was great endgame stuff, and that's why the game is still around. I don't think it would still be around really at all if it was just PvE.
I personally think they should keep doing the custom 8-man PvE content for this server.
Well, I don't know anything about that. Perfectly willing to acknowledge my ignorance. But it doesn't sound like a bad thing.
Stupidicus said, it definitely seems like it went a little too far to the casual side with leveling and gearing so far.
It could be. And hello, Stupoticus. My robot had a hard time pronouncing that. I am level 13. Just amazing. Yeah, they might have gone that way. It might be a little overdone. It's hard to say. Now, we're going to have Atlas, and however long it takes for Atlas to get up there, so we'll have an alternative and a different viewpoint on things. And there is another server out there that I cannot for the life of me remember the name of, that somebody announced, that had an interesting solution to that conundrum, and that is on this hypothetically built server, it's something like Rising Moon or something like that. They're going to have an object that every character gets, which you can't delete by accident or something. And if you have it in your inventory, then you level fast. If you take it out of your inventory and put it in the vault, you level slowly. And I think that's a really neat idea. So that the people that want a PvE and don't give a damn about RVR really, they can casually level up a character with their friends and just go do all the dungeons and everything else like that, assuming they all exist in this hypothetical server that I really don't know much about
But
and can't remember the name of.
I think it will draw in folks that are mostly here for the RVR and just want to get to that point.
And that's probably what's going to happen.
Sound like a good idea.
I expect that this server is going to be...
Follow Stupidicus.
Thank you very, very much.
Stupoticus is
Have
now
some applause. I expect that this server is going to be a magnet for the 8-mans, right? They're going to they're going to love this. They can just jump on, power level up a group of characters, go out. Why do we keep doing that? You know, go kill all their friends. I'm going to have to move to new mobs. What are those? Not good enough. Oh, well, there's a yellow. I can do that still. It's going to be interesting to see what Atlas is like. Actually, it's a really interesting time all the way around. I don't know what is going to happen. It's going to be interesting to see. I look forward to documenting it by playing it. That's actually a good idea. Yeah. Some sort of NPC where you could turn in blood tokens to get EXP or even EXP tokens.
Dark Gentoo said, don't forget to /train. Also,
Hey.
good morning.
Hey, Dark Gentoo, celebrity in the house. He's another streamer.
Level or 2 and you can kill rats in DF.
Big points, yes.
Stupidicus said, I do like that there are a few options coming up, so it will bring in more interest.
Because we all want to kill rats in DF, don't we?
Yeah, I like the fact that there are options. Options are
Bishop
good, and you're right, I
HC
should
said,
train.
Considering DAOC, did you ever play Warhammer Online?
I did play Warhammer Online. I liked Warhammer Online. I didn't like it as much as DAOC, and I think that I never got very high level in Warhammer, but I had a
Rags Hot said,
Squig Herder or
Return
something?
of Requiem is a freeze hard for Warhammer.
Yes, I know. And it's something I meant to check out. I thought that Warhammer Online, I mean, it was made by Mythic, right? I think that they over-engineered it. But maybe I didn't give it enough of a chance.
Mark Jacobs made it.
Yeah, I know. I think it just seemed to me like they over-engineered it. That they tried too hard.
Bishop HC said, I've been meaning to check out Roar.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dark Gentoo said, LOL bot said freeze hard. Rags Hot said, yeah, they made it too much like WoW and overdid it.
See, another game I really liked, although it's just PvE, I admit, or almost entirely PvE, is Lord of the Rings Online. My wife and I both got lifetime accounts for that when it came out. We thought, this is going to be cool. We love Lord of the Rings, love Tolkien. Gonna go there. And my wife...
Latro is good for solo PvE content.
Yes, my wife played it to death. It is a really good game.
Bishop HC said, Lot RO is such an underrated game.
The thing about Lotro to me
Rags Hot
is...
said, good single-player MMORPG.
Everybody's saying the same thing. It is. It is a fantastic game. It is huge. It has got endless stuff for you to do in PvE.
Mark said EA rushed him to get it out. It still needed balancing and testing.
Okay, I'm sure it was rushed. Yeah. The companies want to produce a good game. The developers want to produce a good game. The artists work their ass off doing it. And the bean counters are like, why isn't it published already? You've had a week.
Rags Hot said,
why isn't it out? Go, 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 go.
Rushed out because WoW was just about to launch.
Yeah. And
Bishop HC said, exactly.
I tried WoW. My friends and I, who had played DAOC, who played Lotro, City of Heroes, City of Villains, Star Wars Galaxies, we all played them together. All real-life friends living around the city here.
That's when Mark left and Mythic fell apart.
We went to WoW and tried WoW in beta and decided we didn't like it. Now, millions of people did, so our opinion doesn't really matter that much. But I thought WoW was a little too easy.
SWG will forever be my keystone MMO.
Oh, I loved Star Wars Galaxies. Mostly, I will admit, for the economy and the crafting system and everything else.
Rags Hot said, WoW Classic and DAOC are my keystone MOs.
Yeah? Yeah, mine would be DAOC for the fantasy element, for the fact that the cultures here are loosely based on human cultures, and so sort of semi-vaguely, fictionally historical. Star Wars Galaxies for the fact that it's Star Wars, which is fun, and the crafting system and the player-driven economy, which was just awesome. And City of Heroes, City of Villains, even though they're PvE and nobody does the PvP part of it, because they had the best group dynamics. So when you were in a group doing missions, it had the best experience I've ever seen for knowing what each person was doing in their role and when it was working and when it was failing. and the NPC
I am
AI was
27,
pretty
so
good.
World of Warcraft is like my generation's MMORPG.
Yeah, and that's okay. No problem. I know I missed a lot of stuff in not playing WoW. And I know it evolved immensely, and I know that there was tons of stuff there that I didn't get a chance to see because I chose not to. That was kind of laggy there. And obviously it
I
was
honestly
an excellent
wish
game
WoW
for
never
lots of
came
people.
out because it killed a lot of good old school mercs.
Well, that's the thing. See, the advantage that Blizzard had was they already had 3 Warcraft real-time strategy games, which had been like AAA titled top bestsellers. Fantastic games. I played them all. Really enjoyed them. And then they decided, let's make World of Warcraft and make an
They also had 3 different game
MMORPG.
engines to use.
And they brought in people
Bishop
who
HC
had never
said,
played
WoW
MMOs
simplified a lot of classic MMO elements, and it appealed to a larger
before. Yep,
audience.
sure. That simplification was kind of the thing that turned me off because I'd come from games like this and Star Wars Galaxies. But they introduced the game to a ton of people who would never play an MMO before, and they came in because they trusted Blizzard and they'd played the real-time strategy
Rags
games.
Hot said, yup, WoW dumbed down the hardcore MMO roleplay.
Yeah, but then they compensated
Bishop
for
HC
that by
said,
adding stuff
absolutely.
too, right? I mean, the big dungeon raids apparently were fairly challenging. I need to move to new mobs. I'm going to kill this dude first, just out of spite. So, WoW made MMOs more accessible to people, brought in millions and millions of people that would never have been considering an MMO
Rags Hot
otherwise.
said, no, they took away the roleplay out of MMORPG and just made it a MMOG.
Yeah, they did do some of that for sure. I don't do the roleplay stuff anymore, but I did back in the day. And yeah, WoW kind of killed that. Okay, generally head south to get tougher mobs. So it goes.
Angry Virgin said, the raids lately have been too hard.
Yeah? Okay, well then they're trying to make it more challenging by upping them the difficulty, I guess, but I haven't played WoW since it went live. I played it in beta for a month, and then it went live, and I played it for a month more, and then I decided, not my thing. And so did my friends, for the most part. Nothing wrong with the
Rags
game,
Hot said,
just
yeah,
not my
Blizzard
thing.
sadly is like, okay, we made it too easy, or it's like, okay, we made it way too hard.
Yeah, and hey, Possible Clone, how you doing?
Possible Clone said, heck, good to see you back.
Yeah, I'm not
Big
under the
Points
weather.
said, it depends on the difficulty you play on. The raids are offered in 4 different difficulties.
See, that's not a bad idea. I don't think. What I didn't like about WoW in comparison to this is the RVR, well, PvP in WoW was instanced, right? If I remember correctly. And I think this game did it right. Go out on the frontier, you take
Rags
your
Hot
chances.
said, some of it.
Yeah.
Bishop HC said, it became instanced, it wasn't originally.
Okay, I don't remember, to be honest.
Rags Hot said, some is open world, some is instanced.
Okay.
Big Point said, LFG, normal, heroic, mythic.
Okay. Are we getting better shit here? We're getting the same stuff. What are we missing that isn't red? Anything? No. No, we're all golden.
Rags Hot said, WoW has the best dungeon system for MMORPG with the Mythic Plus system.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Bishop HC said, when the honor system was introduced, your only option was world PvP. But that didn't last long.
No.
Rags Hot said, no.
Man, thank you all of you collectively, for showing up. I really appreciate it. I'm having a good conversation here. And, you know,
we had
you guys are
dungeons
talking.
by phase 3 and honors items started at phase 2. And each phase was 6 months.
Okay. I know absolutely nothing about this.
Well, instanced battlegrounds.
That's what I remember, is instance, like,
Old
capture the flag type games.
Gamers said, it's good to see you back.
Well, thank you. It's good to be back. It is. I'm actually having a lot of fun. We're going to pull you, because otherwise we're going to end up with 2.
Rags Hot said, yeah, we had open world PvP in phase 2 and by phase 3 we had instance dungeons, so it killed world PvP.
Right.
Big Points said, IMO Classic WoW is the best. Retail has too many chores and too many systems.
Okay. See, that seems to me to be a weakness of a commercial
Bishop
MMO.
HC said, at Rags Hots, yeah, exactly.
They have to make them more and more complex to keep some people entertained, right? And I don't think that works for players over the long run. I think that people like a certain level of complexity, and then it starts to be a real pain, except for the people that really like to work all the numbers. And those people exist too, and that's fine. But that it doesn't work for the average player as much. And that's one of the problems that I think TOA had here, is that it just adds another level of complexity to getting just the right equipment and getting just the right numbers in the way of bonuses and where you're going to spec. Same thing with champion levels and everything else. They just add too many things to the game, and I lost interest in a lot of it because of that.
Big Points said, they add in grinds just for time gating and retention. Then the next patch wipes out your progress.
Yeah, and that's really that really sucks when game companies do that. The thing is, a lot of that stuff is reflective of a weakness in design, I think.
Font guy, I have a group going with a spot if you want in.
Thank you, but I think not. I have been at this for 3.5 hours, and I have to work tomorrow morning, and I'm probably going to have to stop sometime soon. But I'm having a lot of fun leveling, and I'm having fun talking to all you people, so I don't want to go just yet. But I don't think I want to get into a group and get leveling with a group. Thank you very much, though. Maybe at some other point or with another character.
No problemo.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, what I really need to do right now is go see a man about a horse, as the phrase used to be. So I'm going to back off in a second here and go hit the can and come back. I will be back as quick as possible, but... Okay. Backing off to the road. Don't hit that button. I'm not quitting. That didn't work at all. I mean, not that it makes a huge difference anyway.
Darkgentus said,
worms everywhere.
/drain.
Yes. I probably haven't done it for a couple of
Rags
levels
Hot
or something.
said,
Yep.
my dad told me that mercs will never be the same
Because the... We're hanging on your every word, laddie. Finish the sentence.
Bishop HC said, cliffhanger,
Yeah, no
LOL.
kidding. Because the... Finish the sentence in a second. I'm going to blow up if I don't leave. I'll be back in a second.
Rags Hot said, newer generation
Here.
just wants everything handed to
Have
them
some
and
break
don't
time
want to spend the
entertainment.
time grinding.
Okay. Oh, that was stronger than I thought it would be. This way. Okay, so I got to catch up on the... Because the newer generation just wants everything handed to them and don't want to spend the time grinding. That is very true. I agree. He played EQ. I played EQ and DAOC and Ultima. Never played Ultima and quit playing MMOs after WoW came out. The funny thing is that vanilla WoW can be considered pretty steep in the difficulty curve by today's standards. Not that that's a bad thing. Yep, but you clear almost every raid because max and AQ and greens. Don't know what your abbreviations are, but that's okay. Well, Bishop, my first level 50 in Dark Age of Camelot, playing regularly, probably 3 or 4 nights a week.
When WoW Classic relaunched, I hit
Took
60
me
in
8
4 days.
months. 8 months to get a level 50. That was the Dark Spirit Master.
HC said, how long does it take now at that bot guy?
Well, I don't know what it takes on live.
Rags Hot said, 9 hours LOL.
Yeah, probably. Something like that, sure.
Possible
Here,
Clone said, takes me like a month to get to 60 on WoW Classic. It's fun, but the end game isn't the game.
yeah. Here I am level 13 with, well, do they have slash played? I can get the exact figure. They do. 3 hours, 42 minutes, and 15 seconds.
Rags Hot said, when I played Uthgrad the first, I came to DAOC shards and took me 2 months.
Yeah, well, Uthgard's weakness was that it was very slow, right? That's what I recall hearing. I never played Uthgard.
Yeah.
I mean, I recall talking to
Point
people.
said, if you farm turn-ins. A guy did it in 27 minutes on live.
27 minutes.
Rags Hot said, very much classic DAOC XP rates. Bishop HC said, oh wow, LOL.
The thing is, we have a whole generation of gamers who grew up playing games like first-person shooters where you just pop in and you're good to go. You don't have to level up. You don't have to get anything. You might have to, you know, do some stuff to get extra weapons and things like that, but not much. And you can do it all inside of the game. I mean, Counter-Strike and stuff like that. I played the living crap out of Counter-Strike for a while there. So if you tell somebody that's been playing all the games that are out there now, which are zero barrier to entry type games, that, you know, you're going to have to play for hours just to be able to get to the higher levels, and then hours more just to get the right equipment and stuff like that, it doesn't surprise me that people don't want to get invested in that. And the thing that I think happened is the people that played this game in PvE were there because they liked the process rather than the destination.
Rags Hot said, also you're gonna have to do it all over again to level a different class just to fill the right spot in the group.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So it's a different philosophy of gaming, but I think it's also getting a different thing out of it. I mean, you play Counter-Strike or, you know, any of the games that came after that, you do so to get the win. You want to beat the other guys. The game's over in 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Nobody cares.
Bishop HC said, I guess I just missed that feeling of getting invested in your character.
Well, this is the thing. And this is in part why I didn't do too much playtesting on Atlas or Celestius, etc. Because I do like getting invested in my character. I do like that process and that sense of attachment to the character. And I might not feel it here on Celestius because of the stuff they've taken out of the game. The whole leveling process being simpler, the lack of crafting, all that stuff there might take some of that away from it for me. I mean, when you had to level a character slowly,
I go back and play the Half-Life Day of Defeat version. It's basically W.W.2. Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Wesley 987 said, font guy.
This
Has the
is
new main freeze hard
Celestius.
Bishop HC said, at Big Points 101 that is such a good game.
I haven't tried it. This is Celestius server, Wesley. And hello and welcome, by the way. It went live yesterday at 3 a.m., I think somebody said. So it's a version of DAOC where there is no crafting, where the drops that you get are enough to keep you templated effectively, where leveling is not trivial but not really difficult. I'm level 13 now in 3.5 hours solo while busy chatting with people. What is this person here? Champion. Oh, well.
Possible
no wonder they're
Clone
doing
said,
well.
I'm liking the CELESTIUS setup. I'll form my bond with the tune in RBR instead of while leveling.
I'm sure that'll still happen. I'm sure that will still happen. I think
Big
that
Points said, if you look at Steam under Half-Life 2, the Day of Defeat source is the newest version.
Okay, Wesley.
Wesley 987 said, how many people are currently online?
565. 151 albs, 178 mids, and 213 hibs.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, and when I first logged in this afternoon I created a couple of level 1 characters on all 3
I'm
realms.
going to come to this tomorrow.
There was over 1,000 people on. It was 1,029, I think.
It peaked over 2,000 during the day today.
Right. Now, caveat, it might be that when Atlas goes live, a substantial number of people leave. Who knows? But maybe they'll stay here.
It's nice to see a stable server.
I have not noticed anything other than like maybe a half second of lag. It has been really stable. It's been really good. There is a ton of people on. Lots of new characters when I created my character there. And like I said, for Pacific time zone, probably one of the worst times to play DAOC typically. It's 11 o'clock at night in my time right now, and there's still over 600 people on. Well done. So I don't know if this is the vision of DAOC that everybody wants or not. We'll see. Atlas is going to do its thing. I'll try Atlas when it comes out, of course. And I'll, form my own opinion. But Celestius might be the one that wins. It might have the people and it might keep them. Apparently, one of the developers from Phoenix is working on Celestius. So somebody who did a good job on things before that everybody liked is here doing the same good things.
Possible Clone said, the momentum for the server has really picked up recently.
Yeah, I think it has. And, that's cool to see. I'm sure there was a segment of the population of people that used to play Dark Age of Camelot who gave up on playing it because they fell behind the curve, so to speak. So, if they went to live to play, they were lower realm rank than everybody. They were never ever going to catch up. If they got to Phoenix after me, they were probably never ever going to catch up. It was always going to be a challenge to be like top of your class and a real challenge to fight and everything else like that. So a new server is a chance for a whole generation of people to do that. To be the, you know, top realm rank Thane or whatever it might be that you prefer as a class on the server. And that's a cool thing. That only comes along whenever a new server comes out. I suppose I should be selling soon. I'm probably stocked full of crap. Yep, we are. Okay. One more on the way out. Go sell. Did I forget to train? I did. A whole lot of training needs to happen. And Dark Gen 2, I think, told me that twice. So I'm not really paying attention, is what we're saying here. Okay, we have 62 points. We have a character planner over here where I can at least look at the breakpoints for okay, 14. Well, I definitely want to get that up to 14 then, if we can. We can. So that should give us Smoldering Claw, which is well worth it. And a better deflect attack. Then we have 23 points, which we will dump into Piercing as far as we can go, which is that far. Drain. So, Hornet, Sting, whatever. Yeah. I should be figuring that out, but really not going to. Okay. Smoldering Claw. No. No, 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 no. And that. Ten and 4. Yeah, we need to get that up too. And we got 1 realm point from somewhere, which I will save for the moment. That claw should do much better damage. Yeah, so I would have been here much faster if I'd been paying attention, and I wasn't paying attention. Oh yeah. Still interested in these. Cannot use this item while attacking. Oh, I have my weapon out. I probably can't use this item anyway. Yeah, no point in bothering. And that is not the right thing. Oh yeah, I was going to sell. That should be there. I'm sure I had that right. Okay, logging the junk before I get into this anymore. Oh, I had that set up, right. You can get this for free. It's a portable merchant called the, I don't know what by PVS stands for, but the Auto Salvager is a portable merchant. You can sell all your stuff with. Those are all red, so I could just sell that. And yes, you can use the macros for selling stuff, and no, I haven't set them up. I should. Haven't done it. We'll look into it. Yeah, I got that. So really, there's nothing to be had here in the way of special gear and drops and things like that. I've been told there's no housing zone. That means there's no merchants. That means there's no economy. And maybe that's a good thing to do to the game. I don't know. It certainly... Oh, that one I can't get rid of. It certainly takes a big chunk out of the things that people do in the game. But I don't know if that's an improvement or not, or if I'm going to miss that stuff. I don't think I'm going to miss it, but some people probably will. Oh, I haven't been drinking my scotch for quite a while, actually. So it's not very strong, but it's seeming very strong, and I've just felt that burn right up into my nostrils, so. Obviously, I need to get acclimatized again. I think that endurance tap is actually kind of pointless. Ooh, what kind of a super chickens? Let's try a super chicken. They're okay. I do wish this vampiric bolt was on a shorter timer. Just because everything has been sped up except that. So there's this long time period before I can pull again, which is kind of annoying. And this thing, the range is so short that most things aggro you before you can cast it.
Big Points said, the low-level tap isn't very useful. The higher one helps maintain fast pulls plus steals in PvP.
Okay. Well, then I need to take advantage of that later on, but for now, not such a big thing. Now that is useful. I still don't know why, specifically, but I still really like this class. There's nothing specific about it that I really like. I guess mostly that it's just different enough from every other class in the game that it's unique. There's a weird combination of things to make it unique. Oh, just aggro me. Come on. Thank you.
Since you can cast while attacking, I always macroed my claw, heal, and endurance tap on 3 buttons with my attack combo.
I don't always have the power for it, but yes. To be honest, with the buffs here, I really don't need to use these all that much yet. I will at higher levels, I know, but I don't yet. Now, there is still a lot I don't know about the way this server works.
It will go off as soon as you get the power.
Right. Well, I'll have to look at macros too. So is money completely pointless on this server? Now that I think about it? And I know you're going to be able to buy stuff with blood tokens if you do the right raids and you know, events like the dragon and stuff like that. But what would you spend money
Possible
on?
Clone said, you can buy small things like emblem on your cloak.
Ah, okay. Okay, gotcha. Right.
Big Points said, maybe a horse, die, and keep defense materials.
True. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, actually, leveling is pretty easy here. Level 15. Sit. Drain. And we will sell. 15. Heal over time. Okay, yeah, we want that too. That'll be that. And then just enough for that. Come on.
Shiloh42 said, "Hey TFG, how you doing?"
I'm doing fine. How are you, Shiloh? Nice to see you again. Welcome back. Thanks for dropping by. I'm doing fine. CELESTIUS went live yesterday, I want to say. Yeah, yesterday. So this is my first character I've leveled up there just to get a feel for how it goes and whatnot. And it's not bad. I'm playing for 3 hours 56 minutes and I'm level 15. And I can more or less grind through these things pretty easily. I'm going to need to sell soon.
Yeah, I'm on Alb. Cleric inherited.
Oh, cool. I am going to level Chelsea as an infiltrator on Alb. And I have plans for a Thane on Midgard. So there's going to be a fair amount of PvE leveling over the next little while.
Possible Clone said, "Got my wizard to 50 with about 10 hours /played."
Right, well, wizard ought to be totally suited to leveling quickly, I'm sure, eh? I would imagine Room Master and whatnot would be similar. Rune Carving Room Master, or Dark, but not Sup.
Yeah, it's in demand for Albeo.
Yep.
Doing Mentalist now.
See, I need to level up. I need to level up a hit caster too. I really should. I had a Mentalist on live, but I never really got him very far. But I mean, you know, caster is like the quintessential Hib class, some version of caster. And
Shiloh42 said, "DFXP is super nice and it's open for all realms."
okay, that's good to know. I'm not quite at that level yet. I'm only 15.
Possible Clone said, "I decided one class each realm, no more. Can't spend the whole life of the server leveling alts LOL."
Yeah, that's what I decided too. Exactly what I decided. Unfortunately, I have this guy, a level 1 Thane, a level 1 Infiltrator, a level 1 Valkyrie, and there's going to be a level 1 Warlock. And so it goes. But I would like to concentrate on 1 or 2 classes per realm. I really would. Maybe I can. Come on, my target is not in view. How did it unselect? Let's just aggro everything. I mean, not that it's really hurting me all that much. Need to move to harder mobs.
Old_school_gamer said, "My enchanter bomb will be mained with my blade master tank and animist for making money."
Are you only going to play Hib? Is that it? I couldn't do that. But respect to you if you could manage it.
Big Points said, "Don't forget the Reverer and Hunter and Eldritch and Friar and Savage and..."
Yeah, I know. And that is part of the problem. Really part of the problem. I did say Reaver.
Possible clone said, stop it. Old underscore school underscore gamers said, oh permit a Thane and Alp INF.
I have already created level 1 Thane and Infiltrator.
Never tried INF on Alp, so wanna do that also.
You know, I never tried it until I never tried Infiltrator until Phoenix, and mostly the reason I tried it was because I didn't really like any of the Alp classes, I thought. And I thought, well, Infiltrators, they have all the points in the universe, right? It should be easy to level one up. This should be fun. You should feel really powerful. And I tried one and absolutely loved her. So there's that. I had enormous fun playing Chelsea on Phoenix.
Big Point said, that's like going to the ice cream shop and saying I'll have a cone with 1 scoop. Give me chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, Rocky Road.
Yeah, exactly. The problem is that each of them is playing the same game from a different perspective. And that's one of the strengths of this game, right? But it's one of the weaknesses of me as a player. I mean, I like Cave Shaman too, right? What about them?
Underscore school underscore gamer said, yeah, I watched all the videos you got on YTLOL.
Uh-huh. Well, thank you. Thing is, if I'm going to promote the game, I ought to learn how to play each of the classes that I want to try, at least, you know, badly, so I can offer commentary on what I liked or didn't like, right? That's a good rationale for having too many alts, right? Is that I'm just showing off the features of the game, so I have to show each of the classes. That's it. That's it. That's my rationale.
Which is why I'm currently playing Classic WoW with all classes except Shaman. Only because I can't play Shaman as Alliance.
Uh-huh. I'm not tempted to go back to WoW very much. I was at one point there because I thought, well, I must be missing out on, you know, so much gaming that would be fun to try, and I probably am. But you cannot play all the games. And what I really have is a limit on
Possible Clone said,
amount of time.
I enjoyed some of the fresh classic server in the DAOC lull. I think you were in No Man's Sky and New World.
Yep, I started off streaming on Twitch doing No Man's Sky. And I still play it from time to time when they add new stuff. It's an excellent game. In its area of gameplay. And I did try New World, but honestly, I think New World might be another game that has been sort of over-engineered, and they could have benefited from less engineering. I may not be doing it justice. And then it had a couple of cloned item scandals, which means the economy is kind of toast. And so I decided to back off from it for a bit and let everything settle down and see if the game is still good after that. So the one that I really do want to try is Ashes of Creation.
Everything I
not
see
even
about
an
New World
alpha.
recently indicates it has lost a ton of pop.
Well, I hope for the sake of the people that built it that that isn't the case, but I think game developers over-engineer stuff. I really do. I think they need to concentrate on fun, and they concentrate on trying to satisfy all the elements from every study they've seen on how what gamers like in games, and they don't necessarily do the fun part. There's stuff I like about New World, there is. I didn't expect to like the combat system, and it's actually not bad. Even though it's sort of, you know, Twitch reaction based. Like Age of
Point said,
Conan.
New World got too grindy. It's rinse and repeat the same quest and mobs over and over.
That is a problem. I didn't like that. I also don't like not having classes. I know that, you know, it means that I'm kind of dating myself here with wanting classes, but I like having a healer class and a tank class and a DPS class and a caster class and a stealth class. And really what you have with New World is one class, and you switch your roles based on which weapons you have, like which weapons you're currently using, and that seems a little odd. I know you don't have to make each new game just like the old game, with no improvements, but I have my doubts as to that as a valid choice, getting rid of classes entirely, which they basically did. Oh, I'm tag teamed. I mean, I know they're only blues, but actually trying to get out to clear land. Connor, oh, those are just horses. Okay. Out to clear land so I could sell again. Oh, that's the unsellable one that I have to get rid of. All this is still red, right? Yeah. Okay, I need to set up that bag macro. Particularly for this game. Because all the drops are identical by level. Well, there really isn't anything I'm going to want to keep except my pots, which I'm barely using too. Oh yeah, back, pick that up, and delete. Yes. Gonzo. Oh, well, that's kind of stupid. See, they're following into the same
Lintworm said, "Are you also fumbling like crazy?"
Me? I'm not fumbling like crazy. No, I don't think so. I might be hitting my styles a little fast, which might make it look like it. I get impatient. Style, singular. The thing with this class is that you don't do that much damage with your weapon until you get eye shot and things like that. What you do is a lot of damage with your claw. So the point of the weapon is to give you power back with every hit. I mean, it does some damage, but then you get the power to use the claw, and the claw does spectacular damage by comparison.
Big Point said, melee classes tend to fumble a lot at low level. Vampiir Claw makes up for it at low level.
Oh, very much. So I'm clawing for 20 to 20, or sorry, hitting for 20 to 26 points, but clawing for like 76 points.
Oh, hey Skelile, thanks for hitting that follow button.
Yes, thank you very much.
Skelile said, awesome.
Thank you very, very much, sir. Or madam, as the case may be. Oh, whatever. How you doing? Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for the follow.
CELESTIUS is fun.
It is. It is. It's been enormous fun so far. I've only been at it for... I've been at it for 4 hours. But yeah, it is fun. It's been great fun. I'm looking forward to playing more. And seeing more of the server. I mean, I haven't even left the first zone yet. At least I don't think I have. No. But yeah, I am enjoying it a lot. Hopefully that keeps up. Some of that is just, it's nice to be playing on a DAOC server again, where I know it isn't just a temporary thing until they delete the characters for the next test. So, you know, hopefully Finlay here hangs on for a while. Level 16! Hua hua hua!
I miss DAOC so much. The leveling has been fun, it's smooth. Big Points said, think it's time to polish off my last Oktoberfest. I'll have to wait another 7 months until they come back around.
Uh-huh. You mean beer, do you? I want to train and be able to talk. I figured. I'm just drinking Fireball, cinnamon whiskey. Which I've mostly been drinking in coffee up until recently, so it's a little different straight. Okay, next avert. Sure. And enough to get to 10 there, which gives me another style I probably won't be using. Yeah. My current one is medium bonus, medium damage, low endurance. This is medium endurance, no damage, no bonus, medium defense. First one, or current one I have has no defense, but that's okay. I'll just stick with what's working. Oh, super chicken. But yeah, I am having enormous fun here. It is
I also need to try
smooth.
and find another Mint Mocha Calumet. They are only available around Christmas and I already finished it.
Yeah, I can imagine. I don't drink liqueur much, but I used to. Mind you, I used to drink a lot more, too. Brandy. I used to drink a lot of brandy.
Lintworm said, that alcohol got.
Yeah, not anymore. That was back when I was in university and later when I was in the military. And booze and being in the army seem to go hand in hand. I should go find harder mobs.
Big Point said, it isn't very strong. I drink it with milk. It tastes like the Girl Scout Thin Mint cookies.
Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah, my am I going south here? Not quite. South would be that way. We'll try going south. With lame speed. I don't generally drink like oat milk and stuff like that. I don't like it that much. But at Christmas, they had this oat milk that was eggnog flavored. That was just to die for. So that with a bit of rum was just fantastic. Actually, it was good straight, but I really liked it with a bit of rum. And I can't find that anymore. We had our terrible weather here. Oh, I'm at the zone edge. Wow, okay. Right, so go east, young man. Young vampire. Go east, young vampire. I can't find that stuff anymore. It was coming in from Alberta, and we had our terrible weather where the center of BC got completely cut off. Well, Vancouver got completely cut off, and I'm on Vancouver Island. All our stuff comes from Vancouver, so we didn't get anything either. And the eggnog oat milk was coming from Alberta, so not so much. And of course, it's seasonal, so now it's going to be gone anyway. But it was amazing. What do we got here? Cluricans. And a nice NPC. Can I get better buffs? Who knows? What are they giving me? Yes, they're better. Maybe I've been fighting below the level I should have. I'm probably going to hate fighting these things, right? No. Ah, not bad. Yeah, I think that bolt needs to have its recast time reduced. Because I have no other way to pull. Other than by running in aggro range. Which is fine and all that, but you know, not what you want to do sometimes. Okay, sure, that one. All uncommon. More uncommon, nothing better than that. So I stand around and wait, or aggro something by running at it. Or get an ad. And an ad. Luckily, they're not hard. Yeah. I mean, I'm soloing here, and I think this is a pretty viable level of rate of progress, right? For solo. Okay, we won't do that. We'll just fight. Didn't even use that spell because I was been in combat. Now at the point where I don't even mind if there's two of these guys because they're not hard. What are we up to here? 16. And the thing is, with a portable vendor, so you can sell your stuff, and slash train to train, I don't actually ever need to go to a town, which is kind of strange, but I should just be able to keep leveling until done. Which might get old fast, too. I don't know.
Garupian said, "What's this server? I swear you find a way, lol."
This is CELESTIUS. I'll have to make up a button for it, but I don't have one at the moment. Not there. Here.
Is there a good population?
Yes, there is. Just a second and I'll take a look. I can't type. That should be the Earl. Currently, there is 537 people on. When I logged in this afternoon to just create some level 1 characters, there was over 1,000 people on, and somebody who was on here was saying that earlier today there was 2,000 people on.
Wow, when did server launch?
Yesterday. So it's a different take. In quick summary, and probably not doing it any justice, there is no crafting, there is no housing zone, there will be no merchants, there is no raw gear, there is gear that drops, and if you put that gear on, you will be templated. It is TOA, but it's Old Frontiers. The RAs, I think, are a mix of Old and New Frontiers. And you can have up to 3 artifacts, but you don't have to level the artifacts. And there are some events that you can do that will get you...
This sounds like an improvement on old game.
I'm not sure. For some people, it definitely is going to be. I'm leaving my mind open on it right now to see what I think. One of the developers who worked on Phoenix is working on this game. They say it should take 10 or 15 hours or something like that, 12 or 15 hours to get to level 50.
Templating was a hassle and required a lot of farming, and I don't have time.
Yes, and there will be no worry about that here. Like right now, I'm picking up this gear here. Uncommon, right? And that's what I'm wearing everywhere. And it is not helping me with thrust, crush, and slash very much, a little bit. But, well, crush isn't too bad. But the rest of my resists here are at 19%, 24% for energy, but that's probably Lurikine racial. And it's giving me maximum item bonus and then some. And it's just drops. How much have I got of it? Do I need to sell again? I could. So for free, you can get the Auto Salvager 3000, which is a portable merchant. And yes, you can use the bag macros for selling that they had on Phoenix, which I think existed on Live. I just don't have them set up, but I will get them set up. So there is a custom boss called Medusa and dragon raids and some other stuff that you can do that will get you something called blood tokens, which is how I think you get your artifacts. Nope. No housing zones, no merchants. No crafting. Buff bot buffs that you can get, though, from an NPC for free.
Nice.
It's got a lot of things.
Chillo42 said, no need for gold.
Well, I was asking about that, what people thought, and people mentioned that you could probably pay for getting your guild emblem on your cloak and stuff like that with gold. Siege supplies, maybe. Stuff like that. So I'm sure there's still some use for it, but not as much. And the big thing is that it won't be level to 50, then have to grind forever to get the money or other stuff required to template your character. then get the items, do the templating, get your templated character, then you can go to the frontier and get your butt kicked for not having enough realm points. It'll be get to level 50, you will be basically templated, go kill things. That's going to appeal to a lot of people.
Darupian said, 127 plat for my Thane template.
Right.
Never happened.
Right. And even worse for stealthers. Although I didn't do too badly with some of the templates I came up with. They weren't perfect, but they were good enough. And they were less than that. But, thing of the past on this server. Now, I don't know if characters played in beta got carried over somehow so that some people had an advantage in level and whatnot, but Midgard has already taken one of Alb's relics. If so, then there's been some people leveling very quickly. But I think that based on insufficient experience so far, it looks to me like they've addressed an awful lot of the issues that would have kept new people from playing this game. Eliminated a lot of the grind. We may have lost the PvE game in the process to a certain degree, or entirely, but we've also lost the massive time sink, which is what probably kept a lot of people from returning to the game. You don't have that here, quite simply. At least I can't see it. Maybe with their blood tokens thing, maybe that's going to be a bit grindy. And I don't know how important they are. Now, I did pick Vampiir because I like the class. It's fun. And it has built-in buffs, right? I've got plus 33 strength, dex, con, and plus 22 quickness built into my class. I thought that might be a bit of an advantage when I was leveling up solo. I certainly didn't have any problem on Phoenix or Brotherlands with leveling up a Vampiir basically solo. So they might have reached a really good compromise on how to mix the PvE side of learning to play your class before you run out on the frontier, so you're not just realm point fodder for people that know what they're doing, and the desire to avoid the grind, which, quite frankly, a lot of people who probably played this game when they were younger, when they were kids, whatever, and would like to come back, just can't imagine doing again.
Holdar said, there's free Regan pots on CELESTIUS and lots of free fully capped buffs to get, so any class can solo quite easily.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's limited by level as to what's available. I can get these three here. Elixir of Healing. I don't know how many uses it has. Weak Elixir of Power, which I don't think I can use at all because I'm a Vampiir, and Endurance. But there's a timer on those. But I'm not having any problem leveling here either. I didn't expect to, mind you. Yeah, almost level 17. I started at the start of this stream.
And botting is allowed, so can easily run more than one account, just not allowed to automate it, smiley face.
Right, and I don't like bots, but I suppose I could end up doing that down the road, perhaps. I don't like that it provides an advantage so that people who have the time and effort and resources and everything to play multiple characters at once can take advantage of it. But it's an objection sort of on principle. To me, it seems like it's bad game design when that offers an advantage. Nothing wrong with it. I'm not calling anybody out on it or anything like that. I'm just saying it wasn't really for me. I did it on Brotherlands and didn't like it most of the time. But who knows, maybe here I'll do that. The thing with Vampiir is you can't really take advantage of a bot very much. Not really. To a certain degree, but not really. A lot of buffs just don't apply. Unless it's different here. Maybe it is different here, who knows. Come on, we'll just aggro pull. By the way, hello, Holdar.
Yeah, mostly the heals, all the buffs is available from the NPC buffers all over.
Yeah, there's one right down here.
/ other chance.
Who's closer to me? That guy? Okay, sure. So far, I'm very impressed. I think this is working. I'm enjoying it. I'm getting a taste of the class in an easy environment. PvEing, I'm not going to have to do it for all that long by the way things look. I could have been in a group if I'd wanted to. I just didn't want to. And I'm playing a class I like. Also, this is Old Frontiers. So it might have TOA, but it's Old Frontiers, apparently. Which is cool.
Old_school_gamerts said, I am curious what the XP gain after 40 will be. We all know how that grind to 50 was LOL.
Oh, I know. I know. Midgard. First level 50. Romaric. Fighting blue horses. Because those blue horses were the highest creature.
Yo dog, you smoke tonight.
Nope. Oh, I see. I'm doing well. Yes. Sorry.
Holdar said, I got my chamois to 50 just shy of 10 hours played.
Cool. Cool. I mean, I expect it to take a little longer on this guy because I'm taking it slower. Oh, I really don't care about that. Maybe we won't do that. Maybe we'll stay one under. And get that up. What is that there? Behind target, sidewinder. Yeah, sure, if I was needing it, but I won't.
Shilo42 said, I can say I made LVL 44 to 45 in 11 minutes in group in a classic zone.
Okay. That's pretty good in a group.
Contro6666 said, would you recommend WoW as a good MMO?
I would not. Not that it's a bad MMO, but I haven't played it since month 1. And I stopped playing it in month 1.
You ever blaze up?
No. No, used to. University. Not anymore. No, I don't know enough about WoW to say if it's any good anymore. I really don't know enough. So I wouldn't want to offer an opinion. Other than to say I really don't know enough. I will say it sounds like it's declining. But there's people here that are playing it. So get their opinion. I might need to go find more difficult mobs. Because these guys just went blue.
Wanna come play Mop Fresh?
Want to come play Mop Fresh? I don't know what you mean. Sorry. And actually, I'm probably just about to stop. I got to work tomorrow morning, and it is midnight. I would like to find out the next site for where I can hunt. But I'm probably going to stop soon. I've been at this for
Yes, sir.
4 hours. But thank you. Thank you for the thought.
Mop Fresh, wow.
Oh, I see. Okay. No, I do not want to go and try another game. I have enough games that occupy too much of my time already, including this one. I can fight beetles. Woot. That's what everybody wants to do. Kill a large air bug. No, I'm actually trying to restrict the number of games I play. And I have an audience for this game, and I love this game. I think it is
Big
fantastic.
Points said, DF starts at 15. Fiends at low 20s.
That's true. I could DF, couldn't I? And we are on the map for that, aren't we? Right up there. I can't think of any good reason to go to Tirnanog, so let's not. Now, they've moved the mobs around here. So hopefully DF is the same. And the mobs aren't too deadly on the way. Neutral, so that's fine. Because I'm going to try and cross country. Oh, this feels painfully slow. Maybe I should have gone to DF so I could, or to Tirnanog, at least to the gate, so I could get a speed buff. Okay, a bunch of people at my level.
Guess they didn't add the pocket teleporter.
I haven't seen it if they have.
Shillo42 said, just use your porter stone.
All I have is a personal bind stone. Is there more to be had and I've missed out? Have I been living a shallow existence, missing out on a major feature of the game? No. I didn't know there was anything else that I could be using.
Does it?
Okay, that would take me back to my bind
That's it.
point. Is there a teleporter somewhere I missed? I mean, I'm halfway there anyway. It doesn't
Big
really
Points
matter.
said, you could port back to bind if there is a teleporter there.
Okay, there might have been, and I might have missed it in my rush to go out and, kill some small bug. Ghostly Seabra. Aggressive. We'll avoid that. Now what's going to happen is I'm going to die trying to run into DF, right? We shall see. I'm so happy to be back on a DAOC server. Like one that's not going to be tweaked, deleted, reset, or whatever. At least for a while, hopefully. Oh, the friggin' little horrors. Now, somebody said DF is open to everybody. So, that kind of takes
Shillo42
away
said,
stuff.
yes, same here. I leveled a bit on Atlas, but this one feels better at the moment.
I don't know if it feels better or not. I didn't try the Atlas PvE test. I should have. I just kind of was burnt out and decided not to. Ooh, have they taken away most of the mobs out here? No, there's some. Oh, they're... Oh, good. Not as hard to get in as I thought it might be. Hopefully I can kill rats at the entrance here. The buffs stay up when you port. That's good. Now, if this was live way back in the day, I'd get over the top, jump down here, and get swamped by about 30 mids. Easy enough. What con are these? Purple. We're not going to be doing those. And they have those. Yeah. I need to go up at least another level. And doing it killing blue rats is going to be a little slow. Even if I kill all the rats. Now, did they take all the merchants out of the side room here? They did. That's kind of funny. Weird to see DF without any of that. Very weird. Exciting gameplay to be had. Dark Age of Camelot. Darkness Falls. Almost literally the Go Kill 20.
Said, no seals gear. I guess you don't need it, but I still like the flame sword.
I know. Okay. Server info. It is now midnight Pacific Standard Time, and there are 551 people on. That is really pretty impressive. However, I think I'm going to stop. I don't actually want to stop, but I think I'm going to because I got to get up tomorrow and work. Sadly, that's it. It's the only real thing. I will be back on Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. Probably on the same guy here.
Daruffian said, get some rest and support the economy, my good man.
That is the idea. Money incoming mostly, but, you know, also delivering food to people so that they get their meals planned and everything else like that. Have a good day, everybody. Thank you very, very much to everybody who came by. Thank you to the people who hit follow, and even more thanks to the people who subscribed. It's really, really appreciated.
23 said, wait.
Wait, what? Wait, DJ Khan, what? Why am I waiting? I will wait, but you know, I would like to.
What do you think of the server?
What do I think of it? I think it's got great population. I saw over 1,000 people on when I logged in. And somebody who was in stream here was saying they were on earlier, there was 2,000 people on. I think it's got pretty good leveling progression. I think that taking out, as strange as it is, taking out the crafting, the housing zones, and therefore the economy
said,
and stuff like
thanks
that.
for streaming. Nice to see you playing Dark Age again.
Means that it's going to be a pretty popular sell with people. So far, based on, 5 hours of streaming, I would give this a thumbs up, definitely, and suggest if you like DAOC, you should try it. Shiloh, thank you. And yes, I'm glad to be playing it again, and I'm glad to have people come and watch me. I really appreciate it. So, thumbs up to you guys, too. Like I said, I'll be back on Tuesday. I broadcast Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. So, I expect to be back both of those things, both of those next 2 days.
Garafian said,
probably doing this
right
guy.
on, stay strong, brother.
Hey, yeah. Have a good night, guys. And, yeah, thanks for everything. If you like the stream, hit follow. Have a good night. Bye, folks.